just invite quickly the moderator for the session before we invite Nancy, Susan.
I am here. There is an echo. Okay.
Susan, please proceed with. We can sort of see you.
Welcome to AIS'20 Online, and before we begin, I would like kindly type on the chat section if you can hear me and where you're getting us from. It will be nice to know where you're joining us from. And at this moment, all of the delegates are muted, and until you've been given a chance to speak, that's when you will be unmuted. Also, this session is recorded and it's shared live on the AfNOG YouTube and Facebook platforms. It will be nice that if you could engage a watch party to be able to enable as many people as possible to join this session. I would like to take you through the house rules and probably the user platform interface. When you hover your cursor over your name, you will see something that looks like a chart, and once you do that looks an icon for a chart. This allows you to maybe speak or chat with any other delegate within this session on a private chat. But then on top of the names, you will see an icon that looks like a square and a pen. This is an icon for transcription, and then followed by an icon that looks like a chart, as I've mentioned. That is the chat platform. And then you can see how many people have joined us. At this moment, we are 90, and if you click on that, you will see how many people are in the session. When you move your cursor around your name, you will see a hand that you can raise your hand whenever you want to speak. And below the interface, you see two flags. At the moment, the highlighted one is the one highlighted in yellow. That is for English interpretation, and the other one is for French interpretation. Should you face audio issues, there is a refresh button below your screen. That is an audio reconnect button. And also, should you have any interface difficulty, please use the chat platform to tell us, and our team will be ready to help you. Or alternatively, you can send an email to AIS2020-support@miteco.com. This will be put in the chat. So, as we proceed with the session today, questions will be taken at the end of the presentations. There are two options within which you can ask your question. You either choose to come to the mic by clicking the raise hand button and you'll be given a chance to speak. Alternatively, you can use the chat icon. You can use the chat section. When you're given the chance to speak, introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and your country, then go straight to the question. And when you use the chat button, our session coordinators and the speakers will make sure that all chats are read out for the presenter to answer. This is supposed to help us accommodate all our delegates joining us using the various platforms. Remember to be cautious courteous to other delegates. As I said before, we are live on YouTube and Facebook, and we would love to know where you're joining us from. So why don't you take a selfie and tag us using the meeting hashtags AIS'20 online and the hashtag AIS'20. It is my pleasure to welcome you to day 1 of AIS'20 online. Today is AfNOG Day, and I'm delighted to be your moderator for the session. My name is Susan Otieno, and we will delve straight into the meeting agenda. And I would like to welcome Isatu Ja to give us the opening remarks on this AfNOG Day. Thank you very much.
Virtual AIS summit to be held. Let me begin by greeting CEO and the President of the Internet Society, Andrew Sullivan, Father of the Internet in Africa and AfNOG convener, Professor Nikweno, CEO AfriNIC, Mr. Eddie Mabano Kayihura, participants, ladies and gentlemen, everybody here present. First of all, as the entire world is busy trying to tackle the global challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic presents, let me take a minute to thank each and every one of you for taking time to attend this summit. I am sure we all agree that COVID-19 is real, and I hope that each and every one of you is taking the necessary precautions to keep yourself and your loved ones safe. And we pray that this pandemic will be over soon. Indeed, unprecedented times have called for unprecedented measures and actions. Who would have thought actually last year that this year's meeting will be completely virtual? As you all know, the Africa Internet Summit 2020 was scheduled to be held in Kinshasa, DRC from 31st May to 12th June this year. But we are thankful that we are online this week, having a reformatted version of the summit. We are indeed saddened by the fact that we have had to do away with the usual workshops and tutorials that used to take place before the plenary sessions. And I'm sure many of us will miss the annual opportunity this event grants us to have the social interaction, which is a fabric to the African society. But we are comforted by the fact that we are all in good health and are able to be here to participate in this multi-stakeholder event. At this juncture, I'd like to call on Nancy Dotse, the AfNOG coordinator, the lady with the magic wand that somehow makes everything work in the end, to deliver the opening remarks. Nancy, we especially miss your warm physical presence this year, but we'll settle with a rain check, and we hope to see you next year. Nancy, you're welcome.
Nancy, hi.
Nancy, we can't hear you. Please turn on your microphone.
Hello,
Nancy,
Nancy. Yes, we still can't hear you, Nancy.
You still cannot hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Now we are hearing you.
You can hear me. Okay. All
yes.
right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Isatu. Stakeholders, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of African Network Operators Group, AfNOG, we welcome you all to our virtual AIS 2020 AfNOG conference. AfNOG aims at building a community of engineers, helping each other to operate the internet in Africa and on the global internet as well. The internet is gaining a stronger foothold in Africa thanks to the technical collaboration and educational programs established through AfNOG. As you already know, AIS 2020 was to have been held in Kinshasa, DRC in May 2020. However, the COVID-19 pandemic necessitated changes, hence the need to hold our annual AIS event online. We are pleased that this offers opportunity for many more people worldwide to connect online, to interact, network, and share best practices without having to travel to a chosen destination. Unfortunately, however, we could not run our other events like workshops and tutorials online this time, but there are plans afoot to address this in the near future. Our AfNOG conference today will be 4 hours maximum and cover discussions on 50 years of the internet, NOG reports, presentations, technical sessions, the future of AfNOG, and also Q&A sessions. We are most grateful to AIS 2020 local host ISPA DRC, our sponsors, i.e. WACREN, the Internet Society, ICANN, Internet Society Foundation, Africa, and our partners, after institutions, and many more. We trust that this conference will open new learning opportunities and equip us with the requisite knowledge to actively participate in AfNOG activities. It has been 21 years of ICT capacity building from Cape Town to Kampala. Despite our modest successes, there is still a lot more to be done. The need for technical skills on internet in Africa still remain high, and AfNOG is committed to addressing this by training engineers for network operators, ISPs, and enterprises. Since this is the first virtual AfNOG conference, we would like to hear from you about your experience. AfNOG wishes you all a fruitful deliberation and hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you. I'm done.
Is that true? Please turn on your microphone. We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Is that we still can't hear you?
You still can't hear me? Hello?
I can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Susan, you can confirm?
Hello?
Try speaking, maybe.
I'm speaking.
Yes,
Hello?
now it's better.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Without much ado, I'd like to welcome the AfNOG convener, a man who needs no introduction, the man often referred to as the father of internet in Africa because of the instrumental role he has played in the introduction and development of internet in Africa to develop the welcome remarks. Professor Nikweno, you are welcome.
One will start by saying AfNOG, success. I also like to welcome you to AfNOG 2020, be it this time brief and virtual. A rich program starting from beginning of the internet to the future of AfNOG. AfNOG has played a pivotal role in training a large number of engineers, thereby shaping internet in the region. We have on our program today the CEO of Internet Society, the former chairman of ICANN, several Internet Hall of Famers, and Postel awardees. I am equally sorry that we were unable to have a physical meeting. This is the first time we've missed in 21 years. However, I'm pleased that we are able to meet nonetheless, given the circumstances. There may be a silver lining in these challenges, leading to a new way of running our workshops and holding our community meetings. We have a mission to impart technical know-how and build our community. This cannot stop, as that will be damaging to the future of internet in the region and corresponding economies. We have a vibrant community which has helped many to gain practical technical skills. Some have grown with us and joined instructor teams. Many have become faithful to the internet and provide technical leadership in their immediate communities. And this really covers all many countries in the region. As the internet is relatively new in our region, a closer working relationship with policymakers and regulators will help remove some of the obstacles we face. Technical understanding ensures moderation in policy positions, and the technical community in the region should become more active in shaping this policy. We have challenges in informing policy, especially in our sector, including privacy, security-related things, and an open internet. Taxing internet, shutdowns, and others, these have become problems for us. Let us work together towards community decision-making processes in our countries to address such issues. As much as the pandemic has disrupted our normal AfNOG and caused postponements, we are satisfied that we can engage more in virtual manner. I look forward to when we will be able to have another pilgrimage to a new country and intensively engage in the internet in that country. It's heartwarming, however, that we will later today have opportunity to discuss the future of AfNOG. We have to find a way to recapture what we miss of physical meetings in the virtual meetings. Although our hands-on tracks are irreplaceable, I hope we will find a way to do more online beyond conference into tutorials and other things. Though in the past, we independently utilized various tools to keep up with each other in between events, as we move more virtual, we need to explore how we can together as a virtual community while being locally focused in the physical activities. You know, as the edge must be most active in our circumstances. Does it mean that we are reorganizing ourselves to be a better fit or match to the internet? I hope AfNOG finds its place in the emerging video conferencing space. I thank all organizers for this attempt and express appreciation to all our speakers, panelists, and participants for contributions to the first virtual conference event we are having. Lastly, a big thanks to partners, friends, and sponsors for their support to AfNOG over the years. Let's have a meaningful conference. AfNOG, success. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Queno. AfNOG, success.
Success.
Indeed, we really need to find a way of reorganizing ourselves, as you rightly mentioned, so that we can fit better in this virtual space and take an opportunity that we had and try to catch up with what we have missed in the past. At this juncture, I am very pleased and honored to introduce this year's guest of honor, who will be delivering a goodwill message. Andrew Sullivan is the president and CEO of the Internet Society, a position he has held since 2018.
AfNOG and AIS meeting for this year. I'm pleased to moderate this panel with some very important players in this 50-year journey of the internet. The panel we're going to have today is about on the 50-year anniversary of the internet, the impact and how all that happened, and who to talk about this more than Steve Crocker, who as many of you may know, is the very author of the very first RFC that explain and standardize the protocol itself on which the internet is based. We will also talk with Dr. Nick Winner, that doesn't need more presentation. He's one of the fathers of the internet in Africa, has been a very active and tireless advocate of the technology around the world, and someone that actually has help and support and mentor a lot of people who are engaged in this area in Africa and globally today. It is true that the internet has changed a lot on the way we interact, on the way we work, on the way the society in general behave. Can you imagine what will have happened in this period of pandemic if we didn't have the internet? Many businesses today rely on the internet for their survival, and we are the proof in this AIS summit. Without the internet, we couldn't have this meeting, giving us the opportunity to exchange and hear from each other. Some of us have learned the internet, learned the protocol. Some young generation that is coming are native. They are born in the internet. They use it since their birth. And there is, this lot of discussion around the value of the internet, the aspiration at the internet at the time, and what it becomes today. We'll try to go through all of that today with our two distinguished guests. Welcome, Dr. Steve. Welcome, Dr. Nee. I will start with Dr. Steve. Dr. Steve is actually the co-founder of Shinkuro, okay? Which is a company that is heavily involved in the deployment and improvement of security around the internet. He has been involved with the internet since its inception. And as I mentioned, the author of the first RFC. He has been a research manager at several organizations in the US, including DARPA, ISI, and has been also very active in the ITF as area director for security, within ICANN as chair of the Security and Stability Advisory Committee, and also chair of ICANN for several years. Dr. Steve is a PhD in mathematics and computer science from UCLA. And Steve, we will give you the floor to actually take us through some of those key moments of the creation of the protocol that underline the internet as we know it today. Dr. Steve?
Adia, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here and a pleasure to be with old friends such as you and Nee and several others that I've had the pleasure to work with over time. I'm going to see if I can turn on how to present. Oh, here it is. Do you really want to share your screen? Yes. Sorry, this will just take a second. I have got it. I think I have it. Okay. Hopefully you all see this slide. I've had the good fortune it's more good fortune than it is being smart. It's being at the right place at the right time. To have been part of the founding of the ARPANET, which was the sort of kernel or the beginning of the internet. And so I now get to sit here some 50+ years later and share with you what things looked like back then. And the first thing that I can tell you is that the ability to have the meeting that we're having right this minute was just a dream. It was something that we could imagine, but we couldn't imagine exactly when or exactly how. So I'll take you back very quickly. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I'll give you just a brief glimpse of what the pieces were, what we were thinking about, and a couple of the key decisions that have had a great big influence, had major influence on the way the internet is today. Let's see, so in just a second. There we go. So the first big thing is that it was desired in the ARPA research community, and it's important to know that there was such a thing as an ARPA research community. The Advanced Research Projects Agency, which is part of the Department of Defense in the United States, had been created in response to the Russian satellite Sputnik, which had gone up in late 1957. And it caused a sharp reaction inside the US government and created this research agency to make sure that the US was on the forefront of technology. A few years after it was started, an office within that agency was focused on computer science. It's called the Information Processing Techniques Office, and it sponsored research in artificial intelligence, in time-sharing systems, in advanced programming languages, and many other technologies, graphics and so forth, that became the centerpiece of modern computer science. Relatively quickly, after the initial research centers were established at places like MIT and Carnegie Mellon University and Harvard and University of California, Berkeley, and so forth, it became evident that it would be desirable to connect all of these centers together so that they could cooperate both from a people point of view and from a computer point of view, that computers could exchange data, cooperate on tasks, and that people could collaborate on, researchers could collaborate on research projects. The communication mechanisms in those days was basically dial-up telephone, or if you had a lot of money, you could buy a circuit that was a leased line from point to point. Circuits are not very good for data communication, particularly for interactive data communication, because when a person is sitting thinking, they're not sending data or receiving data, presumably, and the circuit is idle. And so you're paying for an awful lot of bandwidth that you're not using. It's typical that bandwidth gets used in the order of 1 to 5%, very inefficient. So the idea of using packet switching, which is now fundamental, was part of the design. And it became possible because the price of computers were coming down rapidly to actually allocate a whole separate computer just to the communication process. And that led to what we called at that time an interface message processor, or IMP, and what you would now call a router. An additional advantage of using packet switching is the response to outages, but that was not the primary issue. And definitely, even though it was a Defense Department project, it was not the primary focus to have this be survivable in case of war and such things. That's a different topic that requires a separate discussion. Another big factor is that by connecting these different centers together, we had to face the problem of how do you connect different computers that are made by different vendors, that had different operating systems, that even didn't have the same way of representing characters. This was before ASCII became dominant. This was before 8-bit bytes were common. And so there was an enormous amount of diversity, heterogeneity between the different computers. And we had to look at how do we put things together in a way that they would all be able to communicate when they could and not get in the way when they couldn't. So those were our primary challenges. Another major factor, which is hard to overemphasize, is that it was a collaborative effort among people who were trying to cooperate with each other as opposed to compete. It became natural to have an informal group of people, of which I was fortunate to be part of, that came together to figure out what the protocols were and to share our information completely. This led to what I like to call 3 degrees of openness. First, from a technical point of view, we wanted the architecture to be open and extensible. We knew very strongly that we didn't know what we didn't know. We did not know all the different ways in which the network would be used. We did not want to produce a small, simple system that was closed, sort of like a product. We wanted more like a toolkit that people could use to build other things on. So an open architecture that was in form of layers that you could build on top of, you could build around, you could go around it if you didn't like it, was essential. And then the other forms of openness had to do with the communication between the people. We wanted it that anybody could get all of the information free of charge, no problem. And we wanted anybody who wanted to be able to contribute to these to the process. That led over a long period of time from our initial roots of a network working group to today's Internet Engineering Task Force. And from access to the information, the request for comment series that was mentioned and that I was fortunate enough to be the founder of, became the medium for communicating the protocols. And I have seen very, very extensive projects done by a single graduate student simply by downloading RFCs that were available freely around the world and building up some fairly complex software. It's quite touching. And another aspect that is not fully appreciated is that the division between creating standards and adopting them was put in a slightly different place than had been true in the telephone world and in other areas, in that the definition of the protocols did not carry any regulatory force. They carried only the idea that if you implemented, you would be able to talk to other people, and so it became market-driven instead of regulatory-driven. This has a major, major effect on the speed at which the internet was able to grow and the speed at which it's able to evolve. So that's sort of my lecture, if you will, my sermon about the basic standards. Here's what the ARPANET looked like in December 1969. 4 nodes in the western part of the United States. The circles are the routers. The squares or rectangles are the host computers. UCLA is down at the bottom. We had a scientific data systems Sigma 7. There was a IBM 360 at University of California, Santa Barbara. There was an SDS 940 at SRI in Menlo Park, and a PDP-10 from Digital Equipment Corporation at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. 6 months later, cross-country line exists. These lines were 50,000 bits per second, and they were very complicated because they used 12 voice grade lines working together to create that bandwidth. We had very, very little bandwidth in those days. 50,000 bits per second seemed like an awful lot, but of course it's laughably slow today. By a few years later, it became impossible to draw geographic maps, and you have the ARPANET in March 1977. This is what the router looked like. It was the size of an apartment-sized refrigerator, basically, about as tall as a man and a couple of feet wide and deep in each direction. It was built on a Honeywell 516 computer that had 8,000 words of memory. That's not 8 megabytes, that's 8 kilobytes. That's hardly anything. It had no external disk or storage, very tiny by today's standards. Your smartwatch has more in it than that. You wouldn't be able to use this for anything realistic today. So I emphasize the open architecture, the open access, and the open participation in the IETF. I just want to say that this remains a vibrant and very active process. When I made this slide, I counted 131 active working groups within the IETF. One sometimes thinks that the protocols are all defined and stable. The major ones are, but there's still an awful lot of work that goes on to accommodate new functionality and changes in the technology. The protocol is what's commonly called an hourglass model, with a large number of protocols above the neck. The neck is the internet protocol, a very simple, amazingly simple protocol that is the glue that holds network of networks together. This is the protocol that allows packets to traverse from one network to another. And then underneath that are all of the protocols that deal with the different technologies for transmission, from radio to wire to fiber and so forth, and many, many others yet to come. The fact that you can divide things up this way means that there can be an explosion of activities, and as you see on the top, many commercial activities that are built on protocols defined at the top. That's the short story, looking back 50 years ago and the impact that it's had on the network today. As I said, the fact that we can have this kind of meeting, the fact that I can talk to you, that I can see you, that you can see me, was nothing but a dream. And those days, transmitting a picture in black and white was beyond the state of the art. Being able to do it in color, being able to do it in video, having speech was all far in the future, and it is an absolute privilege to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Steve. Dream come true then.
Yes.
One thing I take out from your presentation is the principle of openness, extensibility, and resiliency. I think we will come back to that a little bit later. But before that, I will talk a little bit with Dr. Nee. Dr. Nee, welcome. Dr. Nee is one of the enthusiastic guys that bring some of us into this world of the internet. Dr. Nee is one of the first that actually promote the openness, that openness we're talking about the internet on the continent. He helped set up many of the organizations that are part of this AIS'20 today. Dr. Nee is a PhD in computer science since 1977 from the University of New York. He has launched the first private ISP in Ghana, and through that, several other in the region, including the one that incubate myself, a few others. He was the first African to be elected to the ICANN board, which helped ICANN to be well known in the region. Dr. Nee has been part of many advisory group, many working group around the internet globally, both from the international perspective to regional and local in Ghana, his country where he lives. Dr. Nee is both a Hall of Famer, but also a Postel awardee. We look at Dr. Nee, regularly for advice, for guidance, and for knowledge and insights around this technology, this amazing technology that is helping us today, actually in many senses. Dr. Nee, would like to hear from you a little bit, your perspective on those 50 years of the internet, and particularly how you see it in action within our region.
Okay. Thank you very much, Abia. It's also an honor and privilege for me to work with Steve. I think I'll share some little story which actually shed light on my own history, and I think it's worth sharing. You know, for a long time, I could not understand how I myself got immersed in the internet engineering early. But Steve once told me that he had worked on a project with a colleague of mine in graduate school at BBM, and that he knew my thesis advisor. Now, that's 1977. Of course, that explained a lot to me, and it was simply that I was at the right place, perhaps at the right time. So thanks a lot, Steve. The internet really, for Africa, has been here in any substantive form for only 30 years or 50 years. The internet arrived in the region at 91 with 2 countries, and in a decade, every capital city in Africa had a connection. There was nothing internet before. Typically, the business was with the Post and Telecommunications Company, who was not interested in internet at the time. We had infant computer science education with no networking content. We had monopoly telecom policy environment with telco as operator, regulator, and policy advisor at the ministry. This was a difficult environment to introduce new technologies, but we were fortunate that we had some determined engineers who were conscious of a potential digital divide, and they created an urgency to make connections for inclusion. There were both external and internal factors. The internal pressures came from scientists who wanted to reach colleagues overseas. Similarly, there were external pressures with projects and initiatives, and the international community and organizations needed to also reach, you know, their homes, so to speak, and so were parties to this discussion. The most important factor, of course, was how the internet itself empowers. You know, that you don't need a permission to use it, and that you can add to it, you can grow it yourself, your little way, and so on. We found players who could transcend the local policy authority, education, and business communities, and whose actions were actually intended to influence policy and force the development. The roadmap was approximately like this. African governments were to proceed with policy reforms, so we pressured for policy reforms. Businesses deployed overlaid networks, and universities began to develop some workforce, and the technical community began to establish regional institutions. So it was 4 pillars. Government started a long reform process to separate post and telecommunications, installing an independent regulator, creating a competitive marketplace, recognizing internet, and then open up the countries to attract investment into building local infrastructure and interconnecting infrastructure to the global world. We deployed networks in the beginning by layering on top of whatever we could find on the telco infrastructure, and then we supplemented by any means that we could also marshal. We were allowed to own telephone numbers, and so we positioned ourselves as value added and extended the networks with our own cables to nearby locations, microwave for slightly longer distances, and eventually satellites. The initial networks were more to connect the global directly and then establish some point of presence. Later on, we began to build in nationwide infrastructure, which then connected to the global. We transitioned through other networks. There were community networks. There were several communities, including X25, DECnet, DUCP, FidoNet, some BBSs, on the way to the internet. Email was the first service, and then other richer services followed when full connectivity was attained in these countries. Over time, we managed to increase the local infrastructure, including locally managed CCTLD registries, local ISPs, national entry points, data center, and the telco became the dominant ISP again in the end. Universities were gradually producing computer scientists and electronic engineers for the workforce. Graduates had little hands-on experience, and the local technical community bridged the gap. We had necessities to build regional institutions for the internet. And in 1998, it was proposed to establish a group of technical institutions we call AF* to address focus areas. This is the reason we have today AfNOG for network technology, capacity building, AfNIC numbers registry, AFTLD registries forum, CCA and DTLDs, AF registrars for accredited registrars forum, AfREN for NREN's community, Africa Sept, the CES forum, and so on. There were international initiatives as well, including Leyland Initiative. You may remember some of them: OSTOM, PADIS, SDMP, ICTP, and in ISOC, where the ISOC network technology workshops were most helpful. African Union also engaged with Anti-Africa Commission in NEPAD. However, once the United Nations mainstreamed ICT into development programs, the internet gained public attention, public policy attention, and at WSIS, we knew that we were on our way. Africa did well starting from scratch and attaining 30% penetration in 30 years. There were challenges. Policy reform may have inadvertently consolidated the market and weakened small community ISPs. Meanwhile, governments imposed taxes on internet. Governments are also keen to operate e-government networks and operate CCTLDs. We never have enough infrastructure, making access generally unaffordable and slower. While workforce grew, we also faced brain drain, making it difficult to maintain critical mass in some of the technical areas of interest. In conclusion, here are 3 unfinished work. The adoption of multi-stakeholder bottom-up approach to decision-making has been sticky in Africa, considered a typically top-down environment. We have to respect public interests and take their accompanying responsibilities. The policy environment is slowly becoming unfavorable again, and we need to guard against shutdowns and undue violation of privacy in particular. Universities need to improve curriculum towards networks and have to find more sustainable funding models for NRENs in Africa. Africa, as a latecomer, has gone its way with the internet over 30 years. A lot has been learned that will help build the future of Africa, but Africa needs the openness of the internet to develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nee. I have a question for both of you, and what I'm taking out of your presentation basically is the importance of actually policy and working with government to make sure that policy are aligned or become help facilitate the development and the uptake of the technology generally. Thank you very much. We're going to move to the second part of this panel, which is actually interaction and discussion. We'll be watching the chat for questions from participants. But while we are doing that, I have 1 or 2 questions for both of you. Looking back at your experience all those years within the ecosystem and looking at the evolution of the technology so far, what would you say in few words are which you consider as positive and negative in and out of the evolution of this technology, and where you see the future? Dr. Steve?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Point that Nee emphasized and that I pointed to as well is that there's an awful lot of local initiative, that the communities spring up, that the technical capabilities of the local communities, both informally and formally in terms of the local businesses that form around the internet, are created, add capacity and are able to adapt and expand. I think this is absolutely vital and is one of the things that makes the internet both very useful and also very exciting to participate in. So I think in terms of looking forward, I expect to see more and more of that kind of initiative. New uses that will put demands on the technology and creation of technology to meet the demands. And it does not have to happen uniformly everywhere. It will happen first somewhere and then get adopted elsewhere. And that, I think, is one of the great things about the way the internet is structured. So today we're having a video conference. As I said, that was a wild dream when we started. I think there will be many other kinds of interactions that we will be able to have. There's obviously, when everyone brings technology into a new environment, both positives and negatives. There are a lot of ways to misuse technology and for people to use technology to misuse each other, if you will. I don't think that's going to change. I think that's going to be just part of the human condition, and that all of us need to work to understand and deal with those kind of problems. But I'm confident that we can do that. I don't think I have anything very deep to offer about specifically what kinds of things are going to happen. I will say one thing which I think is relevant, particularly in the African environment, as well as in other parts of the world. We have the advantage now of being able to talk to each other over the internet, and we have quite a bit of advance in the processing of speech. And so we can transcribe what I'm saying into text, perhaps, and we can also translate from one language to another. I think that at some point we will be able to converse with each other in our own native languages. It is not a small problem technically. It may be possible to do early experiments that are more intriguing for their fact that you can do it, but not actually quite useful because of the nuances and complexity of human speech and the differences among languages. But nonetheless, over a period of time, it may be possible to have very complex interactions in our own native languages, and that they turn out to be a positive addition to the technology that we have today. And particularly in an environment in Africa where you not only have the major Western languages, English and French and Portuguese and so forth, but an enormous range of local languages, the native languages that are worth preserving. There may be opportunity to preserve the culture of Africa in ways that were not previously envisioned. So that's the only prediction that I want to offer that might be intriguing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crocker. Dr. Nee.
Okay. Okay. For me, I'm going to be very direct to your local context. I think we need to work to improve the penetration, and very quickly, because this is now going to begin to affect the economy. So we have to have a plan to go from 30% to 100% like in zero time. Okay, you need to do that. Otherwise, the economies will all, whistle away. So we need to figure out how to go about that, as well as means of lowering the costs for the ordinary person to be able to afford. Now, the future in this case, if you have to predict, it includes all, but that's kind of difficult. What I might say is that the policy environment needs to be gingered up. Sometimes it takes long before an issue gets recognized for debate. And then even the consequences of it, or whatever we are doing to resolve whatever issues there are, takes long. Look how long it took for us to do policy reform just so that we could have internet. And I think those sort of things also slow us down. In other words, we haven't quite understood how to sandbox the world, I mean ourselves, so to speak, so that we allow new things to evolve, even though there are no regulations or laws, what have you, for it. We need to figure that out. And if we do, then it will give chance for your really innovative potential to emerge. As it is now, it is constrained. I also see that there are some situations in which we wish we had a little bit more capacity, technical capacity, and we need to address that. I mean, in terms of growing people more towards a more senior level, we seem to perhaps, not quite there. And lastly, we need to have a respect for the openness. The openness is so powerful that we have to take it seriously and respect it, in the sense that it is also, some people can try to abuse it. And it's something that for a young environment, which may not have all the resilience yet, that openness in some sense is respected and followed through. But I really appreciate the suggestion of Steve regarding the languages. There's a lot of our cultural things which are also disappearing, not only in the language area. I am, as some of you may know, I'm an advocate for using your game boards for calculations at early age instead of abacus, for example, because it does the same things, but the environment has not been looking at its own self to in some sense grow with, and we need to. But that's a much larger thinking that socially and economically we're going to have to do.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nee. We are getting very close to the time allocated to this. We have actually one question from the audience that I will quickly take. Alain, you have your hands up very quickly. Alain Aina.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I'm Alain Aina, CTO of Wakran. I have a question to both Steve and Nee. So, Steve, you said that at the beginning, nobody knew exactly what was going to happen, and it was just a dream. And when designing the system, then the team has to make some choices, in terms of the protocols, in terms of the numbers, etc. And then so these days we are now trying to evolve the network, to evolve the system, and sometimes it includes making changes to the core, the numbering, the IP address, the protocols, the routing protocol. But then we are facing challenges touching the core. So my question is, shall we continue trying to improve the core, or we just leave the core to continue moving the packet and we do everything at the upper layers?
You are mute, Steve.
Be able to hear me. So my quick answer is yes, but which is a humorous answer in the sense that there is a mixture. It's obviously impossible to do major changes to the core very quickly. And so there is a great tendency to work around whatever the mistakes are, and there are some. At the same time, it's not impossible to make changes to the core. They just take a long time, and one has to be very limited and specific about what kinds of changes are. So it does not have a simple answer of one or the other. It's a mixture, and one has to dig into the details. The transition, for example, from IPv4 to IPv6 has been very troublesome. I trace some of that difficulty back to the decisions that we made at the very, very beginning, where we didn't treat addresses as objects and encapsulate all the access to them. But there's nothing to be done about that except to figure out a way to plow forward. The faster we can transition everything over to IPv6, the better off we will be, and we can shake loose some of the mistakes there. As I say, one just has to look at the specific kinds of problems that you're alluding to and decide what approach to take, whether to work around it or to work through.
Thank you, Dr. Steve. I will take one more question from the audience. We have Chinusishi Kalonda. Cindy, can you speak up? We cannot hear you. Well, we cannot hear Chinusindu.
Is it something automatic?
Yeah, you can speak now. Move to the next in the queue because we are a little bit out of time. I have Mohamed Diop that is the next on the queue. Mohamed?
Hello, yes. Thank you. If you hear me, it's okay. Can I ask?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Steve. Thank you, Nicoeno. Thanks to all the participants and also to yourself. My question goes both to Steve and Ni, is related to the role of the passion and the knowledge in innovation. Going back to 50 years ago, what was the main ingredient that we need in order to make these things happening? Because 50 years later, for me, my lecture is just the passion have disappeared and left the place to money and benefit, and I see the passion fading. So my question is, do you think that without passion and that love and that commitment, you'd be able to set up what we call like that wonderful tools that we are using as the internet? And what advice do you give to young generation who are listening to us in order to take over? Thanks.
Yeah, the passion is fading. That's
to Dr. Ni.
That's
Ni, do you want to take this first?
no, Steve is on the floor. Let him go, please. I'll come.
Okay. All right. So Mohammed, good to hear your voice again. Pleasure to interact with you again. Let me offer the following picture or perception. In the early days, when we were putting the first pieces together, there was essentially a single and relatively small community that was working on the basic architecture. Today, of course, the internet is millions of times bigger and involves many more people than we had at the time. And instead of a single internet community from a technical perspective, there's actually quite a lot of, very many different communities that form around particular issues. So just to continue, for example, with the idea that I suggested of automatically translating speech from one language to another, which is a pretty distant goal at the moment. People working on that, I would imagine, would have quite a bit of passion and will form connections with other people with similar interests and be pioneers in that field, and will have major impact 50 years from now. There are plenty of other similar kinds of big challenges that will attract people with passion and with an interest in having an impact, and will form their own communities of similar interest. Yes, of course, there's quite a bit of money involved. There's an awful lot of business that has to be done, and this is absolutely necessary. We are dependent upon major businesses, ISPs, and other platforms that connect us together that we couldn't live without. But I think there are also, as I said, many areas, not just one or two or a few, but many areas that are going to attract the same kind of passion and zeal and have long-term payoff instead of instantaneous or immediate payoff. And so I would hope that people listening to what I'm saying and people throughout the world will get attracted to those kinds of challenges and plunge in and make things happen.
Dr. Crocker, Dr. Nee, quickly.
Yeah, let me touch on an earlier question about the core and the higher layers. You know, whenever you touch the core, when many things are standing on it, then you're going to have to face the issue of impact or retesting and so on. So unless it is really, really very necessary, normally one way to encourage the high-paced growth towards the edges, simply from the nature of level structured systems. That's how one will react. But Steve is right. You can do either way depending on how much effort we want to commit. Now, to Diop's question, it may appear that the passion is dissipating, but I tend to side with Steve that the passion will be going elsewhere. For instance, if you just scan and you see the amount of passion going on in the blockchain environment, you kind of become surprised that we don't have the same, excitement and passion within the, let's say, the lower levels of the stack. And so, but there's still a need for the core and the people who support the core to continue growing. So we're going to have to find perhaps a better way of engendering passion, because in the case of Africa, we're not yet there yet in terms of our core. Okay, so we're going to have to find some other method of engaging minds, because this thing is about interest, and so you have to engage the right people. If you engage the folks who are on the high level, higher layers, they will go elsewhere. But if you engage the kind that are interested in expanding the core, understanding the fundamentals, then perhaps maybe there's an issue of who you choose, because there's so many available, because it's expanding. And if you get someone from a high level, it may not be able to fit. So your job is just become a little bit more difficult. On advice to the young, this is a bit of a very strange technology. It looks very simple. And in fact, it is indeed simple, but it has many layers, many pieces. And as you begin to peel them off, unless you really are committed, you will not be able to do it. So me, the advice to the youth is follow the mentors.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nee, Dr. Crocker. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take more questions and and continue this very interesting interaction. Few things to take out from our brief discussion is that we need to continue working on the technology, keep developing the core, keep the openness out there so that the innovation can continue to happen at the edge, but also at the core. And I believe that to come back to what Dr. Nee and Dr. Crocker just said about the passion is probably moving at different places of the overall infrastructure and the technology in general. And we are going to witness other disruptive technologies, disruptive innovation that are going to be built on top or on the technology. And I think what is fundamental is to have the baseline, the foundation strong enough to be able to keep those innovation and those disruption with the same mindset of resiliency, openness. That's the pandemic shows us that design worked because the internet didn't break even when the pattern of the traffic has changed and when people start working from different places. I really want to thank both of you. You are people that I admire a lot. I want, when I grow up, to be like you guys, because at your senior age, you keep working, still motivated, and actually being a driver for some of us to continue to engage and be positive for the future of this technology, despite all the hurdle that we are going through. Thank you very much, both of you. Keep the good work. We will follow your path, and we hope that anyone behind us also will follow that path, and be bold, go out there, understand the technology, and work to make it a better place for all of us. Thank you very much, and AfNOG, success. Somebody will say.
Me and Steve Crocker for joining us. We're moving on to the next session, where we're going to get NOG updates. These are these are NOGs, and Noah Maina will take us through the session. Noah, welcome.
Thank you, Susan. Okay. Can you hear me?
The light is behind you.
Mute. Kindly unmute your mic.
Hello? Okay, let me try to use my headphones.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. So my name's Anoa Maina. I'll be taking you through the AfNOG report, but after that, we will also have a bunch of other NOG reports from the various NOGs in the continent. And I'll also be moderating this session. So we'll hear from different presenters after my presentation. And then, yeah, that will be it. So I'll start with the AfNOG report for 2020. As we are all aware, last year we had our 20th anniversary for the AfNOG, whereby we celebrated in Kampala the 20 years of AfNOG. And this is our 21st year, basically with AfNOG, and obviously we have not been able to meet, but normally we meet, and in this case, we will not be having actual workshops, and I'll just present what we have been able to achieve in the past 20 years. So the past 20 years of AfNOG have seen us basically build capacity across the continent. And in those 20 years, we also engaged ourselves in a lot of collaborations. There was a number of organizations that also became, grew out of AfNOG through the incubation process of AfNOG. And AfNOG was also involved in a number of community activities over the years. And we'll just look at that. So in terms of building capacity, AfNOG runs a number of technical workshops, both in English and in French. So we've been actually delivering capacity building in advanced routing, both in English and in French occasionally. We've had also in the past also presented and obviously trained people in the area of computer emergency response team, network monitoring, obviously scalable network infrastructure, which is the introduction version of the advanced routing track. And we've also trained different technicians and engineers in areas of scalable internet services. So last year in Kampala, we had more than 300 participants, some of whom were Ugandan participants, because we normally encourage the local host to encourage the local participants to attend the workshops. So we had 60 participants from Uganda who actually attended our workshops, and we had participants from also 56 countries across the continent and also outside the continent. We ran 6 workshops, 5 were in English and 1 was in French, because we also, like I said, take cognizance of the fact that we must also encourage diversity in our workshops, because we also have French-speaking participants from different French-speaking countries in the continent. We ran also 12 tutorials. We had 9 forums last year, and we had a number of instructors, which was 24 volunteers. Some are previous students who have gone through the workshop, but others are basically all instructors, and most of whom are just volunteering their time to basically transfer skills to the participants. So the event is basically, in most cases, 70% male, but also we have female participants, 30%, and this has been growing, which is good. And we hope that in the future we will still see more women participating in the workshops and tutorials. And we encourage more women basically to get involved with the AfNOG program. So this is just a picture of a typical class with workshop being delivered. In most cases, of course, we always have classrooms which are set up with basically the infrastructure for instructors to use in terms of the virtual machines, of course, the projector, the material for students to use. And this is how a typical classroom during a typical AfNOG workshop basically looks like. And we've been able to obviously, over the years, run these workshops in this format. This is just a picture of a few instructors, which I picked from our pool of instructors, and these folks have been volunteering over the years, and most of them are still volunteering. Some have retired, and some of the faces you see there are actually new instructors. And of course, the AfNOG spirit still continues to encourage more new instructors to come on board while the old instructors retire. So through the incubation program, AfNOG, of course, saw the initiation of a number of organizations. We saw AFNIC being born out of AfNOG. We saw AFREN, the Research and Education Network, being born out of AfNOG. The Africa SAT for the Computer Emergency Response Team, the AFIX. We have the FTLD, and we've also seen in the past, of course, the AFCHICS, which is been an organization that has been supporting capacity building amongst our women in the continent. So this is just a picture of some of the women who have been trained under the AFCHICS program. And
you're stuck on one page. We can't see the rest of your slides. It's just stuck on the home page. So I think you need to change mode.
Okay. Which page is that?
First page. That's the only thing we've seen ever since you've been talking.
Oh, sorry.
You can just change it to presentation mode.
Yeah, I put it in presentation mode actually. Can you see the next slide? Hello?
You need to share your screen first.
I've clicked share, but I don't see you accepting. Susan, can you basically allow me to share my screen? I've clicked the button for sharing the screen.
Send it once more, please.
I have.
Just proceed. I'll give instructions in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, so I was talking about the AFCHICS program, where we've been able to train a number of women across the continent. And the AFCHICS program obviously was able to carry out most of their trainings in Nairobi, in Ghana, Botswana, Kenya, Malawi, Senegal, Uganda, Lesotho, and last year in Kampala. And the idea is obviously to promote the use of female and engineers across the continent. In the past, AfNOG has had a lot of support from various sponsors. Unfortunately, you can't see the slides, but obviously we've had sponsorship from various organizations that continue to support the AfNOG program. And we thank all the sponsors, and we request that they continue to support us in the near future. And that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I'm sorry we've not been able to see it. So, Susan, I'm done with my presentation. Susan?
We'll have Simon Mayoye coming in next, and then
Okay.
Christian Zinge. Thank you very much, Noah.
Thank you.
Hi, Simon. If we can't hear you, if you could unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm testing. 1, 2. You can hear me now?
Yes. If you could please proceed.
Thank you. I'll also test my presentation. Let me just send a request to you. Can you see my presentation? Try to move from one slide to another.
It's yet to be projected, but just giving a minute.
Okay.
Being probably prompted with a permission request to share your screen, and you should select either to share your whole desktop or a specific application.
Yes, I've just already, let me see, okay, click share. Are you able to see it now?
Not yet. Try again, please.
Okay, let me stop and share again. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, I'm trying to scroll around. Yeah, thanks so much. My name is Simon Mayoye, and I'm here to present to you KENOG, which is basically Kenya NOG. So just some background. So we put together this platform to focus on operations, and we started it in 2018. We started it in the name of Tech Week Nairobi, whereby we had a small gathering, a small event, just to see the interest, because we were not having like an active NOG in Kenya. There was one which was a bit not proactive. Then 2019 we had a larger event, of course, which attracted post 2018. It attracted more participants and volunteers, and so we had a face-to-face meet, which was successful. And after the meeting of 2019, we had a conclusion that there was quite some interest, both from participants, that like delegates, as well as sponsors, of which there's a report which can be available at kenog.org/reports, whereby we've given the reports for 2018 and 2019. So this is a picture of one of the NOG events, that is 2019, last year, at a hotel called Pan Africa Hotel. Then so far, we have reached quite a number of volunteers, around 18 of them. The program committee, they're available on the website, kenog.org/p, that's for program committees. And then sometime early this year, we came to a conclusion that we needed to rebrand, or rather rename TechWeek to KENOG, because it was functioning as a NOG as much as we were calling it KENOG, and a couple of other reasons whereby some names were clashing with other names. So it was more of an identity. So we got some feedback from the community who are okay with the change of the name, and then we finally moved from TechWeek to KENOG. So our goal, in short, is just to enhance local technical capacity in the areas of network operations, internet services, internet security, automation, storage, and cloud services. So we provide a platform for knowledge exchange and interaction. Basically, what we do, the focus is we have a focus on new entrants. So we have just come out of university, and they want to see where they can fit in the operations, network operations environment, security, and the likes, where there's so much confusion on where they fall. And then the other segment is where now it's more of a meetup and technology sharing between people who are now in the industry, say challenges or new plans where people are projecting to move technologically. So we focus, the tracks that we focus on, both for the newcomers and the people in the industry, is networking, security, internet services, automation, and cloud storage. I think I did mention that. So this year, with the coming in of COVID-19, of course, most of the presentations people have resorted to do remote participation online. So we decided to go the webinar way, and we have had so far 3 webinars. We chose to have at least a webinar per month, whereby it is not more of a tutorial, it's more just of intro to a technology, and we have to do every webinar focuses on a technology, or rather a stream. So the first webinar was 26th June, the second one was 23rd July, the third one was 27th August. That is last month. We have slides and videos on the below URLs, which will be available with the slides. So as we continue to grow, we've seen that there's so much participation, there's that willingness. We've noticed that there's a form of there's a way that people interact so much, they participate more through instant messaging rather than if it were email. And so we have a WhatsApp group where people are participating. But we will really appreciate any contribution or any help in regards to move KENOG to the next level. You can be able to reach the program committee at the below email, which is pc@kenog.org. So majorly those who participate have been beginning mostly from Nairobi, Kenya, but it is open for the entire internet community. And that is it about KENOG. I think I have been faithful with my 5 minutes of presentation. Back to you, Susan.
Thank you very much, Simon.
Yeah.
I will hand the session over to the session moderator. Noah, if you could please come in.
Yeah, I'm in. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Simon, for the presentation. The next NOG report will be from Sarah Alamin from Sudan NOG. Sarah, can you please connect? Okay, we can see you, Sarah. Please share your presentation. We can't hear you. Can you unmute? Okay. Sarah, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself. You've muted yourself just above your name there. Click the unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I see your screen. Please go ahead.
Okay. My colleague Shema will present as AfNOG update. She will start.
Okay, please start.
Hello everyone, I am Shema. I will present this AfNOG update on behalf of the AfNOG team. AfNOG started 2014 with a small group of volunteers. Now we have a large community on AfNOG at afnog.sd. AfNOG annual meeting is to focus on how we are being supported by regional community and acknowledged by sponsors. We also rely on strong local support. Last meeting was particularly special because it is led by local speakers who were once trainees. So we can see the impact slowly but surely. AfNOG 6 was a special meeting because of the political situation in Sudan, the revolution. But we can manage to do it because of the community passion and will to never skip an event. For workshop, we try to do as much as possible, but time, volunteering, and other factors impact that. But we managed to do good amount, especially given COVID and instability in Sudan. AfNOG, in collaboration with Internet Society, we managed to do 2 online courses, NetOps and network services. We had more than 19 groups, each with 30 participants. While we are talking, there is one group is running. I am proudly telling that I was one of the participants for these courses, and now I am assistant moderator. For community support, we try to help with initiatives that help advance the network in Sudan, like SDV6 Task Force and Sudan IXP. Current status for AfNOG, we had 6 meetings, more than 30 workshops, with more than 600 participants, and we already there in the social media. At last, AfNOG 7 was planned to be on October 2020, but because of COVID and floods that happening and current situation, we are planning to do it online. Stay tuned. Thank you for giving us a chance to participate on AIS and wishing you a successful meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah. And thank you, AfNOG, for the wonderful NOG report. So our next NOG report will come from Cameroon, and Christian will be presenting the report. Christian, can you please unmute yourself and project your presentation?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Christian. Share your presentation, please.
Okay. So, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. So I'm Christian Zie on behalf of the CMNOG, which is Cameroonian Network Operator Group. So I'm going to take you through the presentation. So basically, where we are coming from, the initiative came from the AfNOG 15 we had in November 2018 in Yaoundé. So as you can see, the 3 people who were the pioneer of the initiative, so Sylvain, Nishal, and Mukom, they decided to, so after the beautiful meeting they had, then they decided to start up the community. So from that day, that time, we have run many initiatives, as you can see from that pictures. This one, it was a workshop run for the IPv6, just to introduce people about how to implement IPv6 technology. And from that moment too, we have run the mailing list since 2012, and we have purchased the domain name in 2014 as well, the cmnog.cm. And in 2015, we have run a couple of activities. Among them, we have visited the data center of MTN, and we have also run the lab organized by the CMNOG, few labs like the one you can see on the pictures, which basically people coming from the entire community, from academy, from technical society, just to come and implement the IPv6. Then also in 2017, as you can see here, we have an important update by AfNOG. They have decided to deploy our mail server to offer us the service and the mail server, the web, and our wiki. And we have supported the internet exchange point in Cameroon by doing some presentation. I mean, during their workshop organized with the ISOC, where we have the opportunity to discuss and to chat with Johan, who came in to make a presentation as well. Then moving on to the 2020 activities. So from February, we have been running a whole lot of webinar and meeting online because of this situation as well. We have run so many, I think about 6 or 7 webinars on that. Then in April this year, we launched our video conference using GT, because we have started with we have tested a whole lot of platforms as well, including Zoom. Then we have decided to move on with to install our own instance using Meet in CMNOG. Then in April, to test that platform in the full environment, we have tried to deploy that and use it with the Barcamp, because it was a major event organized in Cameroon from 24 to 27 April. We have tested that platform online as well. Then in August, from May to August this year, we have collaborated with the local authority to improve the resiliency of the domain name gov.com, because they have realized that we are running a whole lot of activities. Then they came in touch with us. Then they have asked us to support them. Then, as you can see here, these are some of the key meetings we run this year about the webinars. They are general. Most of the time, they are based on technical issues in Cameroon, how to bring more people on board as well, to talk about the remote work, the RIP Atlas, the infrastructure, the state of the infrastructure in Cameroon, and the digital signature as well. So here, for instance, is the pictures we run for the traffic during the Barcamp, how many people were connected and all this stuff from the IPv6 and from the IPv4 as well. So then also we have this one is a traffic showing people who were connected from the IPv6 traffic during our Barcamp, from the inbound and the outbound. Moving on, we also have this is an example of the traffic, how we were able to improve the gov.cm resiliency. This one is, for example, a simple pictures we took before we proceed from that. You can see that we were having so many errors, warning and notification critical as well. Then in May, this is the pictures we have taken in May, and this is what we have taken when the job was done after the configuration and what we have done so far. So you can see that we were able to reduce the error to 0, the critical things also, and moving from there, we have become a major key player in the tech ecosystem in the country. Then in the pipe, what we are doing right now, so of course we are still on our doing our webinar. So we will resume one in this month, which will be based on Docker container and training people about this kind of technology. and we are planning also to incorporate the CMNOG like a legal association based on our local context here from by December as well. And we are also planning to organize an international tech event in December toward that main period. That is basically our next perspective from the next year. So like for our small few challenges we may have, you know, we have low interest from the network community, network engineers in Cameroon. I don't know if about the other NOGs, but that is our major concern actually. And as a consequence, we are short of resources, I mean volunteer, and we can even feel it right now because of the COVID. Most of the activities are now online, and we are facing low interest from the community, but it doesn't prevent us to move forward to run the NOG and to continue to contribute for the technical community. So that is everything. So I would like to say thank you, and this is the website, the emails, and you can join us from the info@cmnog.cm, and this is also our website. So on behalf of the community, we say thank you. So I'm done, Mr. Noah.
Okay, thank you so much, Christian. Thank you for your presentation and all the best. Our next NOG report will come from the Senegal NOG and will be presented by Eden. Eden, can you please project yourself? Eden? Okay, thank you. Please project your
Bonjour
video.
à tout le monde.
Okay, go ahead, Eden. Bonjour, go ahead. Video,
Merci
please.
beaucoup. Un instant, s'il vous plaît. C'est bon? OK. Alors, bonjour à tout le monde. Vous m'entendez? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Eden. You can go ahead.
OK. OK, thank you. Donc, je vais introduire le Senegal Network Operators Group. Moi, c'est Edem Koblam-Nepekou et je représente le AfNOG en tant que son président. Alors, je voudrais remercier mes prédécesseurs qui ont présenté ce matin. Je vois que les NOG sont en train de vraiment grandir et ça fait plaisir et ça honore aussi la mémoire et les efforts fournis par nos pairs de l'Internet, nos pairs des réseaux et des opérateurs et des différents groupes télécoms. Alors, le Senegal Network Operators Group a été lancé le 29 septembre 2017 au CRENT, Centre de ressources pour l'environnement numérique de travail de l'École supérieure polytechnique, l'ESP à l'UCAD, qui est notre université, l'université Cheikh Anta Diop de Dakar. Alors, les activités à nos jours, en 2017, avec l'appui de notre frère et collègue et ami, Cédric Mbeye, et d'autres partenaires au niveau de la DC, au niveau de l'université, tels que le docteur Alex Corentin, Cédric Mbeye, nous avions pu lancer le NOG sénégalais et le panel a porté sur la cybersécurité. On avait eu une présentation sur le PGP, le SSH et le MD5. Alors, il y a eu une présentation aussi sur l'importance de participer au groupe de travail IETF local. Et il y a eu quand même une certaine, disons, une certaine série locale et cela a vu la participation de plusieurs ingénieurs qui sont à Dakar. En 2018, nous avions entamé les démarches administratives pour la reconnaissance officielle de notre AFNOG, notamment le statut organisationnel, les membres donc du bureau, le siège de notre AFNOG, et nous sommes approchés du recteur de l'université pour demander un local afin de pouvoir travailler. Nous sommes là-dessus, toujours. Je pense que ça va porter son fruit. En 2019, nous avions eu la présentation sur la gestion des structures, des infrastructures, critiques de l'Internet et les ressources disponibles par Cédric Mbeye, qui était de passage ici, qui nous a gratifié de cette présentation, qui avait fait du bien à la communauté. Je voudrais aussi dire que les normes avec un certain nombre de choses qui ne dépendent pas, comme c'est du bénévolat, parfois c'est en dents de scie que nos activités s'opèrent. En 2019, voilà, nous avons fait cette présentation. En 2020, nous avons fait une présentation sur la nouvelle version du CCNA, participation de la communauté à une série de webinaires sur le DNS résilient organisé par AfNOG et PCH en ligne. La planification d'un webinaire sur les protocoles de routage en cours, et aussi nous manifestons notre intérêt à la nouvelle version de IP proposée par Huawei, et ce qui est actuellement sur la table de discussion qui peut-être verra le jour. Alors, les sponsors, c'est AfNOG, AfNOG, ISOC, Internet Society, chapitre sénégalais, qui nous permet d'utiliser son local pour tenir nos réunions, nos meet-ups. Nous avons aussi Howell.com et le NIC qui nous a donné le nom de domaine qui est là, le www.snog.sn gratuitement à nos débuts. Merci de votre attention.
Merci, Eden. Merci. Our next,
je vous en prie.
Yeah, our next presentation will be from Uganda NOG and Isabel Odida. Isabel Odida, please project your presentation and video with audio, please. Isabel, can you hear me? Hello, Isabel? Isabel, can you hear me? Okay, I can't get, okay, all right.
Comes online, I would like to apologize for, we noticed that there is no interpretation for the French part. Our team is working on it. There was a small glitch and we are trying to correct it. We hope that then if there is a next presenter who is coming in French, it will be a smooth ride for all of us. A big apology from the team. Thank you.
Okay, Isabel, go ahead. Please unmute yourself. Hello? Isabel disappeared again. Susan, can you support? I don't see Isabel. Otherwise, perhaps let's go to the next presenter, then she can come in later.
No, you should hear me now.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Isabel.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
The screen will be shared. Just a minute, and we'd like to see your face, please, ma'am.
Okay. I think I sent a request for you to see my face. I don't know if you can see my presentation now.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great.
Please proceed as we wait for your face.
I sent in a request to show my face. I don't know if it's been accepted.
Okay, please proceed with your NOG report.
Okay. My name is Isabel Odida from Uganda, and I'd like to present UGNOG. UGNOG is very new. It's and we will be launching UGNOG this year in October, on October 14th. UGNOG has been created by a few Ugandan volunteers with the support of Global NOG Alliance. We will be focusing on capacity building and technology development within Uganda. UGNOG is managed by a group of volunteers who I will share with you. We're about 5 core volunteers. You can reach us on our website, which is ugnog.org community, and also kindly subscribe to our mailing list. For a very fast meeting, we will be doing this as a webinar, and we would like to call for papers, presentations, and we hope we can get a wide range of people attending. Our core team has myself, Isabel Odida, Renee Fichmula, Daniel Mangaka, Lilian Achom from AfChicks, and Bernard Wanyama. All 5 of us have been are active members within the internet community in Africa. Our focus areas will be on network operations, internet services, internet security, automation, storage, and cloud-based services. The background of all our participants, or the people that we are focusing on, are people from service providers, people from telco operators. We also focus on government and NGOs, as well as educational and research institutions and their civil society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel.
I'm sorry you weren't able to see my face.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you. Oh, here we are. Hello.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Best. Okay. All the best with UGNOG. Okay, bye. Our last presenter will be Rashida Uma from NGNOG, the Nigeria NOG, and her presentation will basically be projected by the team, and she will just basically request the team to move the slides for her. Rashida, can you please come online and unmute yourself? Your presentation is going to be projected. Yeah, Rashida, are you there? Unmute yourself, please. Please unmute yourself and start speaking. Your presentation is now being projected by the team, and basically they'll just move it forward on your behalf. Susan, Rashida is telling me that she's unable to unmute herself. Can you unmute her?
Just a little tutorial.
Just unmuted her, but she's gone offline. Unless Rashida, please come in online again, please.
Just a quick tutorial for everyone. Right here, if you can see my icon right here on my screen, this is where you unmute yourself. This is where you share your screen, and this is your video. So if you want to raise your hands, this is the icon for it. I'll say that again. So to mute and unmute yourself, this is the icon right here. To share your screen, this is the icon right here. To open your video, this is the icon right here. And to raise your hands, this is the icon right here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rashida, please go ahead. And
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. My apologies for the delay. I'm Rashida Umar, presenting for the Nigerian Network Operators Group, NGNOG. Next slide, please. Next, please. NGNOG is positioned as Nigeria's foremost capacity building for human networking activity for the internet stakeholders. We've enabled collaboration and sharing of experience within the Nigerian technology ecosystem. Next slide, please. Hosted by the Nigerian ICT Forum, NGNOG is the first domestication of the AfNOG workshop, with the first event held in 2006. Next slide, please. In collaboration with the Internet Exchange Point, we've hosted the Nigerian Pairing and Interconnection Forum for 2 consecutive years during our annual event. Next slide, please. We've also hosted the AfriNIC IPv6 Deployathon during our annual NGNOG conference. This has also served as an avenue for member consultations. We've trained over 1,500 IT personnel and management in the 14 years of existence. With support from our partners, the NGNOG conference provides a free and open platform for communication technology stakeholders. Next slide, please. We've had one pre-conference webinar on optimizing blended learning using open source. We have another pre-conference webinar scheduled for the end of this month, and then the NGNOG conference is taking place on the 29th of October. You're all welcome to join us. This is our website and our email and phone numbers where you can reach us or become a part of us.
Thank you so much, Rashida.
Thank you very much. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? I would love to thank all the speakers who have presented the various NOG reports from the various NOGs across the continent. And as you can imagine, of course, AfNOG has been instrumental in the push for the establishment of these NOGs across the continent so that we can localize the AfNOG program locally. And this is a testimony to the success that has obviously been able to be achieved in the past couple of years. And we are seeing, of course, new NOGs still coming up, like the UG NOG, which is the newest now. And we hope that more NOGs can obviously, be initiated in other places. So do we have any questions from the audience? If there are no questions, this will mark the end of our session on NOG reports. And I would like
we have Alain raising his hands and Elvis.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, Alain. Go ahead.
Okay, so quick. I noticed that we are late on the on the schedule. My name is Alain Aina, CTO of Wakren. Just 2 remarks for the .cm people. Once again, thank you very much for taking the lead of fixing .cm and gov.cm. But I went back and checked again the gov.cm, and I can see there are still some issue. One of them seem to be critical, which is that all the name servers for the gov.cm are the same AS, which is not good. So you may want to do that. For the Senegal teams, I saw that you said you had a workshop on MD5, and I wonder really what was that about, because these days we should be phasing out and be careful what we do with MD5. Thank you.
Thank you, Alain.
If you have any other questions, kindly write them at the chat, and the responsible people will try answer your questions. I think we move on to the next session, which is the technical presentations, and they will be moderated by Alan Barrett. If Alan could please come online. Thank you, Alan.
Okay, good morning. Hello, everybody. So this short session includes 4 presentations on technical topics, and we have only an hour, so we'll have to look very carefully at the time. Our first speaker is Sarah Armstrong, who is the Executive Director of the Internet Society Foundation. Sarah will tell us about the ISOC Foundation and some of its new programs, and especially those that are of interest to Africa. So, Sarah, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Sarah, we heard you. Can't hear you now.
Kindly unmute yourself.
Sarah, you're sending video, but you're not sending audio. There we go. No.
Okay,
now it should
better
work.
now?
Yeah.
Yes, it's better now. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I wanted to begin by saying, I know we just have 15 minutes, but we are thrilled to have these 15 minutes here at the Internet or African Internet Society's Summit. We are thrilled to be part of this discussion as we are a new organization, and we feel it's extremely important for us to share with you what it is that we are doing at the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation, and the way in which we feel we can really make a difference on the continent of Africa. It is in fact a global organization, but we do have quite a bit of work already going on in Africa, and we plan to do a lot more. So what I'm going to do, if we can go to the next slide, please, is quickly take you through the agenda. Next slide. There, thank you. Just quickly on our mission and our history, as well as our portfolio, as well as some of the programs we have coming up. So here you can see our mission. I will not read the slide to you, just I want you to know that we are in fact a funding organization. We are a philanthropic organization that is dedicated to making a difference throughout the world to help further the mission of the Internet Society. We want the Internet for everyone. So we work very hard on connections, and we also work very hard on educating the way in which we can be sure that people are benefiting from the Internet. This is more important than ever, as someone stated just a few minutes ago, during the COVID pandemic. So we are thrilled to be able to have the opportunity to make a difference at this very challenging time. And specifically in Africa, we are doing, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of work, and that is terrific. So for those of you here who are an audience at the Africa Internet Summit, I do want you to know that we are dedicated to making a difference on your continent. Next slide, please. We have a number of programs which, when we see the next slide, we can talk about. We started as in February of 2019. We started as part of the Internet Society's dream of expanding their mission through philanthropy. So as you can see, they started in 1992, as everyone knows, I'm sure. And they did at one point have some grant programs that they were running that were specifically targeted to the Internet Society chapters. And I'd like to point out that we have 37 active chapters on the continent of Africa. And they are all doing wonderful work on behalf of the continent. And it's a continent, by the way, that is very near and dear to my heart. I lived in South Sudan. I've worked in Sierra Leone. I've been to 12 or maybe 14 different sub-Saharan African countries. And I love the fact that our foundation is able to make such a wonderful difference there. So we started in February 2019, and basically what we've been doing since then is forming the team and making sure our operations are in place and launching our programs. So on the next slide, I'm going to show you what our programs look like. We have 6 programs, so the slide will show you that in a second. And as you can see, disaster is one we will be shaping at some point, as will be innovation. We also have the chapter funding, as I mentioned, the 37 active chapters working on a program we call Beyond the Net, which I assume most of you are familiar. As I mentioned in the history slide, this is something that's been around for a while. So that is something we will continue. Both large and small grants are available to these chapters, including a $3,500 grant, or there's also a $30,000 grant. So we're making a real difference with things with community networks, with trainings. Of course, with COVID, we're having to make some adjustments with some of the things that we're doing. We also fund all of the IGF. We fund the global, we fund the regional, we also fund the national IGF, and we also provide money to help the schools of internet governance, which of course, as you know, are very important. And we know again that your region has been active in the Internet Society's IGF program, which is now part of the foundation. So the funding for the foundation, for the IGF program, comes in fact from the foundation. We also have a program we call Emergency Response COVID-19. And I just want to call your attention to that for a moment. The reason that's really important is that was a program that was not originally part of our portfolio. We added this program because of the pandemic. We felt it was so important for us to respond. So we developed a brand new program that did not exist. And in fact, one of the grantees with whom we're working right now is AMREF Africa. They are working in 5 different African countries, and they are working to train health workers. So we are proud to say that we are part of funding that program that will last for 12 months. These programs are short-term. Why? Well, because the pandemic needs to have rapid response. So this is something that we don't know if we'll continue to do or not in 2021, but we certainly will respond if there is in fact a need, as we know it's critical. So those are the programs that the Internet Society Foundation runs, and for which everyone here is eligible to apply. I encourage you to go to our website, which I'll show you at the end of the presentation, so that you're able to get more information about each of these wonderful programs. And again, I want to emphasize, they really are designed to make a difference and to help people throughout the world. And this could not be more important to me and everyone on my team. Next slide, please. We want to talk specifically about 2 of the programs that are here on that Venn diagram, as we call it, that shows all 6 of our programs. One in particular is called SKILLS. SKILLS stands for Strengthening Communities, Improving Lives and Livelihoods. This is a program that we launched a couple of months ago, and we decided to pilot test this program. One of the countries in which we are pilot testing it is Senegal. So I wanted to call that to your attention. It's about helping in economic growth, in improving health outcomes, and increasing educational opportunities throughout these 3 countries. We are now reviewing applications, many of which we have from Senegal. We will be making awards, probably 3 per country, up to $150,000 for each of those programs. And again, in education, in health, and in economic growth. And these programs are to help people who have access already to the internet, who really need to just understand better how they can benefit from it. Because as we know, connection is hugely important, but just connection's not enough. You need to know what it is that you can do with the internet that can change your life, and that can improve your economic situation, and that can improve education. And once again, I must emphasize how important this is in order to, I can't see or hear any speakers. Are people not able to hear me? Are people not hearing me?
We can hear you.
You can. Okay, I just saw something in the chat that indicated perhaps not. I apologize for the delay. So I wanted to be sure that you were aware of this, that it is not just about connectivity, but it's about educating. It's about digital literacy. And this is another thing to which the foundation is extremely committed. We also have another program about research. And I'd like to go ahead and have Susan, if you would please play the video for us and make sure that everybody can see an interesting way of looking at the next program that we just launched on the 2nd of September. So Susan, if you could play that video for us, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. And if it's not going to work, no problem. Just let me know. I can go on to the next slide. It's embedded in slide 7, if that helps. Okay, so we're not going to be able to see the video at this time. Perhaps we can show it later. I do want to point out that we have, I'm sorry, say again, Susan?
I'll show it at the end of the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Doesn't matter when. It's a great video and it helps to inspire people, I hope, to consider applying for funding for this new program. And so I can't see or hear you is what Alan is telling me, but everybody else is saying that they can. I'm hoping that, gosh, I'm hoping that you're seeing me. It looks like
for those who are having issues, at the bottom right of your screen, you'll see something like a replay button. It is a sound reset button. So in case sound is lost, you can always reset it there. Sorry for interrupting, Sarah. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan. So the research program I'd like to call your attention to, as I mentioned, because this just launched and there are some really interesting opportunities for this. Again, more information on our website, more information in the video, which we will play at the end of the presentation. My program officer for research is on the phone with us. Her name is Shana Robinson. She is very dedicated. In fact, she has lived in Uganda. She is very dedicated to your continent and seeing the changes that we can make through the Internet Society Foundation in Africa. I won't read the slide, but you can see what our objectives are. This year, we are focused on the greening of the Internet, as well as the Internet economy. So those are the types of research projects that we will be looking for. In 2021, we will expand the program to include a trustworthy Internet and the digital divide. But as you know, research is critical. And research in the Global South, research in the areas, there are certain parts of the world where we feel like we can really dig deep and get some more research projects that are available that we can fund, again, to make a difference. So that's our program. Let's go ahead and look at the video, and then I'd like to stop there and take any questions from myself, as well as Shana Robinson, who I think probably is able to do audio and video now as well. So thank you very much. So Susan, let's try the video, and if it doesn't work, we'll just go right to Q&A. Oh, this is the way that you can stay connected to the Internet Society. We have a website. We're all over social media. We are everywhere. So you can certainly find out. We have a newsletter that you can sign up for. So there are a lot of different ways that you can stay connected to when we launch new programs, how the programs are going, how you can get more information about applying. So I think, I don't know if we can do the video, and like I said, if we can't, then we can go right on to Q&A. Let's see, maybe it's not going to work. I don't know. Give it a try. Okay, if it can't work, that's okay. But we can do this. I'm happy to take questions. As I mentioned, we are new. We are here to make a difference. We are here to do whatever we can to be sure that more people get connected and that can understand the benefits. Again, I have to emphasize, more important than ever during the situation in which we are living right now. So I'd be happy to take questions from anyone at the African Internet Summit. about the Internet Society Foundation. And again, perhaps Sheena can join us as well if you have questions specifically about the research program. Are there any questions? Or any luck with the video?
Having a small technical hitch, and
Okay.
I will share the video as soon as it's available. I'm getting notification that people cannot hear. I will repeat. If on your screen you will see more like a replay button, bottom right. It's like a refresh icon. If you click on that, it will refresh the sound and you will be able to follow the meeting, because it's just two people who are saying they can't hear us, and the rest of us are okay. So if you could, please. Thank you. For the questions, Kathy Jayak says, Sarah, thank you for your presentation. Could you speak more about your 2021 project of setting up trustworthy internet? I thought the NOGs are already doing it. That's the only question I have so far.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
So, Kathy Jayak says, Sarah, thank you for your presentation. Could you speak more about your 2021's project of setting up a trustworthy internet? I thought the NOGs were already doing this.
Oh, I see that there's a role for all of us to play in this area, and I think that it would probably make a lot of sense for us to engage in dialogue about what the NOGs are doing and what we are hoping to do. Certainly the idea is that any project that we are looking at to approve in not just 2021, but also the ones with which we are working now, are all about ensuring that there is an element of building a trustworthy internet. So I think it may be a good idea, actually, being part of this has introduced me to some new resources for the foundation to be sure that we pursue some conversations to make sure that we're working together and helping each other and complementing each other's work. So we are still shaping the way in which we will be doing it in future years, but I would love to have an opportunity to hear more about the NOG's work. I mean, I heard obviously this morning the presentations, but I know that there probably is a lot more that we can talk about.
Okay.
Any other questions in the chat?
Elvis says, thanks for the presentation, Sarah. Although your organization is still new, as you have clearly stated, in regards to the funding, what is the process of selection of the programs to fund, and how many programs has the organization worked on so far?
Thank you. That's so if we go back to the slide where we talk about the different programs, the way in which it was determined, there was a committee of people before I came on board who that consisted of some Internet Society people, some boards, some other people just from the industry, as well as a consultant that was brought in to help decide how best to shape a philanthropic organization, an organization that could help further the mission of the Internet Society. And it was they who decided what they saw as some of the gaps where there could be more funding and more ways of helping to further the mission. So the program areas that were originally determined, of course, was the continuation of the Internet Society Chapter program, which, as I mentioned, is known as Beyond the Net, working in 34 or 37 countries in Africa. But also the importance, as I mentioned, of research and how there really is quite a bit of a gap, particularly in certain regions, and how we can find a way to fund research in some of those regions. The other program that we launched this year, as I mentioned, was to respond to the pandemic. And while this was not part of the original proposal, for the types of programs that the Internet Society would fund. Because of the state of the world, we felt we had no choice. We had to help in that situation. We also have what we call community capacity, which we've named skills, and that is building the digital literacy skills among communities throughout the world. And then we have two other programs that were recommended to us, one they call disaster and one was called innovation. And at this point we are shaping those and we'll be adding those to our portfolio in 2021. So that summarizes the different programs that we have right now and the programs that we plan to be running and to be launching. And again, some of this came, as I mentioned, from the original group, and some of it's being adjusted a bit because, as everybody knows, when you have a startup, you have a test to learn and adapt model where you test things, you learn from it, and sometimes you have to make some adaptations.
Thanks very much, Sarah. I'm afraid I had technical problems for most of that. I couldn't see or hear anything, but I'm back now after reloading my browser multiple times. We are running a bit late, so I think we can't take any more questions. So let's move on to the next presentation. We have Matt Ford, who's the Technology Program Manager at the Internet Society, and David Belson, the Senior Director for Internet Research and Analysis at ISOC, and they will tell us about some of the Internet measurement projects that ISOC is involved with. So Matt and David, if you're able to connect, please do so, and you have 15 minutes in total, and we'll keep the last few minutes of that for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I hope you can hear me. I'm wondering if you're going to be able to share my slides or if I should do that.
Could you share them, please, unless you've made arrangements with one of the AfNOG staff? I'm not ready to share it myself.
Well, I'm afraid that sharing my slides from here is not working. I did send my slides to AfNOG staff earlier today. Are they able to share the slides?
Technical hitch with slide sharing. If you could just please proceed, we'll catch up with you. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. So as Alan said, my name's Matt Ford, and I'm joined by my co-project lead, David Belson, and we'll briefly present to you an update on the Measuring the Internet project, or an introduction to it, I should say. And I thought I'd start with why we're interested in measuring the Internet at all. So as you may be aware, the Internet Society has a diverse portfolio of projects now that are focused on increasing the Internet's reach, reliability and resilience, and ensuring that the Internet remains open, globally connected, secure and trustworthy. But we want to make sure that we can assess our efforts and the efforts of other industry organizations towards those goals, and to know that they're working, and to the extent to which we're sort of on track to progress them and reach them. And we want everybody to be able to have access to data-driven insight into the health, availability, and evolution of the internet. And we want to be able to tell stories about how the internet is changing, how it's evolving, how it's being used based on data that we can measure. So, David, are you able to talk to the next slide?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, it actually worked. Yeah, so what we're doing as part of the Measuring the Internet project is consolidating trusted third-party measurement data from a number of sources into a single platform. That platform is called Insights, Insights, INSIGHTS.internetsociety.org. That's where you can go to find more information, where you'll go to find the platform eventually. Within that platform, we'll be examining trends in the data, publishing reports that look at what we've found over time, telling data-driven stories, and we encourage everyone else out there to do the same with that data. And our goal ultimately is to make it available to everybody, including policymakers, a critical audience, researchers, journalists, also another critical audience, network operators, and civil society groups. Each of these audiences can use the data for different things. Next slide. So it's important to stress that we're not going to be performing any measurements or building data collection infrastructure ourselves. We are partnering with a variety of different organizations across the internet industry to present, to visualize and analyze the insights that we can get from their measurement data. And we're going to be focusing on 4 focus areas initially. 2 of those will be launching later this year, internet shutdowns and enabling technologies, and we'll talk a bit more about each of those in a second. And then early in the early part of next year, we'll also be launching focus areas on internet resilience, and that will start initially with a focus on the African continent and the internet way of networking. So as I said, we're not conducting our own measurements. We're partnering with organizations that have data. Some of those are shown on the slide here, and we're very keen to talk to organizations that have data that they're either sharing publicly already or maybe want to share through this mechanism. So I can talk to the internet shutdowns focus area.
I'm sorry, your slides are not moving.
We're not controlling them.
Oh, I am, but
why don't you stop sharing and then reshare again?
Right, should I do that between, right, okay. Why don't you talk to the shutdown slide anyway, David, while I try and get this going.
So yeah, so for the purposes of the project, we are defining shutdowns as an intentional disruption of internet-based communication that makes that communication inaccessible or unavailable in a specific location. We're adapting this definition from the Access Now terminology. So within the project, we are developing a curated database of shutdown events, such as the shutdowns in Ethiopia earlier this summer, or the ones that happened recently in Syria during the testing, during the nationwide testing. And then we will be working with key partners, such as Access Now, Oracle, and others to populate, archive, and verify these events, these shutdown events as they occur. And the goal ultimately is to use this as a platform for internet society chapters, civil society groups, and others within impacted countries where there have been shutdown events, to share firsthand accounts of the events, as well as the expected social and economic impacts. In the screen here on the right side, you can see this is a mock-up, effectively, of what we'll have within the platform. Yeah, so I'll talk briefly about the enabling technologies. These are technologies that the Internet Society feels or believes that contribute to the improving the scalability, security, and trust of the open Internet. So I'm sure these will be familiar to many of you. Some of them have we've been talking about, it feels like, for a very long time, like IPv6. Others are newer iterations on fairly long-standing protocols like TLS 1.3 that's now rolling out, HTTP 3, and others have also been around for some time and are increasingly widely adopted, like HTTPS and DNSSEC. So we'll launch with data on these technologies initially, and over time we are very keen to hear from the community about other technologies that they think sort of fit this bill of critical for the future of the Internet, critical for the future security of and trustworthiness of the Internet, and we'll look to add those to the platform over time. And we'll be supporting local and regional initiatives to promote these technology deployments with data from several sources. And so again, on the right-hand side, you can see a mock-up of the platform that we'll be launching later this year, where you'll be able to drill into regional and national perspectives on how these technologies are deploying. And we hope that this will help people in these countries and regions, making the case to the operators that ultimately need to deploy these technologies.
So as Matt mentioned, we will also have an internet resilience focus area launching early in 2021. And this is really looking at the ability of the internet to provide and maintain an acceptable level of service in the face of faults and challenges, the things that happen every day. Our colleague Kevin Chege is responsible for this focus area and will be driving a lot of the work here. The initial scope of this is Africa, but once we've launched it for Africa, the goal is to scale it globally. Kevin is currently working with a number of partners to develop the appropriate methodologies for what to measure and how to measure it, and identifying the target countries. We'll start doing the work. And then, of course, this will require strategic relationships with key measurement, technical, and regulatory communities across the continent initially, and then ultimately around the world.
And our final focus area is the internet way of networking. Well, I say final, we want ultimately to add to these as well. So we'd also love to hear from the community about additional sort of perspectives on internet measurement that we could add to these four focus areas. But the final one that we have in planning at the moment, which will launch in the first half of next year, is looking to measure the aspects of the internet way of networking framework. So if you go to that link on the slide, there's a document there that describes the framework where we've tried to identify the key characteristics that underpin the success of the internet and that we believe will be essential to the future success of the internet. And so in this focus area, we're looking to identify metrics that speak to these five different aspects listed on the slide, and then to identify data sources that allow us to track these as they evolve over time. And so that's it in a nutshell. Thank you very much for your attention. Apologies for all of the technical difficulties. Listed on the slide here is the website address, our Twitter handle for the measurement project, and an email contact where you can send us your feedback or questions about this. And we hope if you have any questions, you can send them there, or we can take some live now if we have time. Thanks very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, David and Matt. I think we can take one question. I see Bill Sanjiwa in the queue. So Bill, please. Bill seems to have vanished from the queue. Maybe he changed his mind. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so let's let's move on. We are running a bit behind, so it's good to make up a few minutes. Thank you very much, Matt and David. Now let's move on to the next presentation. I'm changing the order, I'm afraid. One of our presenters has another engagement. So up next will be Mark Tinker, who is Head of Engineering at CCOM. He will tell us a little bit about experience with LDP v6. That's the label distribution protocol that works with MPLS over IPv6. So Mark, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. I'm not sure if, here we go. Yes, share the screen. In theory, you should be seeing the screen somewhere. Can you hear me, Alan? Can you see me?
I don't see Mark's screen. I still see the previous screen from Matt.
Okay, it's requesting again. Okay.
Mark, could you please resend your presentation? Thank you.
It's sending. I do not see.
Cancel and then do it again.
Okay. Right. Allow. Do you see it now? There we go.
Yes, I see it now.
Okay. And is the video good? I can't see it. Oh, let me send. There we go. Okay. There goes half the time allotted. Okay. Thank you so much. So I won't take too much time. It's a bit sunny out here. Okay, so this is just a quick lightning talk on LDPv6 deployment in the CCOM network over the last few months. It's not yet totally done, but we can just talk a little bit about what's happening so far. Just a little bit of history. LDPv6, which is Label Distribution Protocol version 6, began as that draft from Vishwas Manual in 2008. Essentially, LDPv6 is like LDPv4, but just for IPv6. So it provides an MPLS control plane for IPv6, which means in theory you should be able to do everything in IPv6 for MPLS that you can or could for IPv4. It eventually became an RFC almost 7 years later, in 2015 as RFC 7552. So it's officially official. In terms of support across traditional vendors, Juniper have had it since 2015. Cisco first released it on their XR platform in 2015 as well. Nokia also do have support, as well as HP and Huawei, as well as Arcus, for those of you who might know the new outfit from San Jose. One thing to note, though, is that the very popular iOS XE doesn't yet support LDPv6, and in fact, as far as I know, there's no plans for them to support LDPv6. So it's a bit of a shame because that's a bit of a current box, and it's quite widely deployed. So they obviously have other plans, which I think is for a whole other discussion. So just a basic example of what it looks like in the wild. This is a trace route I did from this morning. As you can see, this is native MPLS forwarding of IPv6 traffic. So that basically means that all the IPv6 traffic between this host and the rest of the backbone is happening in MPLS natively. It means that you do not require to have a full BGPv6 routing table in the core. And as you can see from hop 1 all the way to hop 4 rather, which is the last edge node in our network, as you hand off to Yahoo's network, you would see that there's MPLS labels at each hop, load balancing as well, and that's for IPv6 traffic. So that's IPv6 traffic in practice being forwarded natively in MPLS not via 6PE or 6VPE or any other kind of tunneling. This is native IPv6 forwarding in MPLS. So what doesn't yet work in LDPv6? Obviously, some high-level services that you are traditionally used to in LDPv4. So layer 2 VPNs, layer 3 VPNs, eVPNs, multicast VPNs, and also ISVPTE like traffic engineering and so forth, fast reroutes. All that can't yet be signaled natively in IPv6 over LDPv6. And the reasons for that can be found in RFC 7439, which basically looks at what it would take to get an IPv6 only network ready to support MPLS. And this is an assumption based on the fact that you can't get any more IPv4 publicly going forward, and maybe you don't want to use 6PE or 6VPE. So then why do it? So especially in our case, for example, we already do LDPv4 traffic forwarding in the core. That means we don't run BGP for IPv4 in the network. So with this, you can also remove IPv6 from the network and still maintain a native dual stack infrastructure, and basically simplify your core a little bit further. That's one of the reasons, because right now you can't use it for any other services. So you get a lot of capability and a lot of flexibility in just forwarding IPv6 natively through it. So this is what you can do with LDPv6 for now. Obviously, it comes along with fast reroute and loop-free ultimate and so on and so forth. Things to watch out for that I could probably talk about very briefly here is if you're running it on iOS XR, you want at least iOS XR 6 as a minimum, because before then it was only assuming a single stack. So either you do V4 only or V6 only, but not both. So if you run a dual stack network, and say you have a Juniper that's running LDPv6 in dual stack mode, and you have iOS XR running it in single stack mode, then they won't talk to each other. So that was fixed with the dual stack TLV features added in iOS XR 6 and later, both for CRS and ASR9K and all these other platforms from Cisco that run iOS XR. That's just about the only real issue. Apart from that, it just seems to work so far. And that's my lightning talk. Any questions?
Okay, thanks very much, Mark. I see one question in the queue, Wadi Bashabi. Please keep it very quick.
Okay, is someone ready, or do I need to go to that queue?
Mais c'est pas ce mot de passe que notre service n'a pas pris.
Alan, is there a question coming, or?
We don't seem to have questions, Mark.
I thought there was one, but if there isn't, it's fine. No worries.
If anyone has a question, they'll write in the chat. Oh, Alan is back.
Okay, thank you. I seem to have lost my audio for a bit, but I'm back now. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you so much.
And yeah, let's move on to our final presentation then. Our next speaker is Danny Afonko. He's the CEO and founder of Cloud Inspire, which is a cloud computing company. And their mission is to make cloud computing simple and accessible. So he's going to tell us about their Cloud Africa service. Danny, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? It seems like. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? What? Hello? Hello?
Danny, we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It seems like for a reason my presentation is not allowed. Hello, I want to.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, hello, Danny. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I saw Mark's presentation, so maybe there's something the staff needs to do to make Danny's presentation show up.
Never to obtain the request media. I've even reloaded my browser, but it seems not working. Is it possible to share my presentation, African team? So it seems like I'm not able to do it on my side, and the system is saying something about unable to request a. Hello, can you still hear me?
Then we can still hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Is it possible to share my presentation? Do you have my presentation?
It should be possible, but for the time being, Mark Tinker is still presenting. So let's see if we can have Mark remove it, or if it is not blocked there. Just for the bit.
Okay.
Danny, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can clearly hear you.
Can you see your presentation on the screen? Because everyone can now see. Yeah, please
I cannot
proceed.
make my own. I cannot. I can't see my own presentation, but it's okay. I can do it.
Let's
proceed
continue.
then. Yeah.
Okay.
My name is Danny Afonko. I'm a senior cloud architect. I'm based in France, and also a CEO founder of a startup company called Cloud Inspire, rewarded by French Tech for all the innovation around the cloud systems. So I have a dream. I have a dream of a cloud system in Africa region, a cloud system that is different from the actual cloud system that we have for like Amazon, Azure, and Google, and have something more aligned to Africa realities. A cloud system that will keep Africa data in Africa, a cloud system that will allow, African user to have the same quality of services that we all have in those public cloud systems like Amazon, Azure, and Google. That's why I bring in a new project called Africa Cloud, and this project is aimed to be a community project where everyone are invited to contribute if they want to, and I would like to share this dream with all of you. What will be the goal of this project is to have internet connectivity for everyone, everywhere in Africa, to lower all the internet costs, to make it available for everyone. So, and keep Africa internet traffic local in Africa region. It will also help to promote local content and local initiative through related to the text, to the health, in the food, and also in the energy, and everything that are related to that will grow the Africa continent. One key item also will be to engage the youth and everyone to embrace the deep tech learning, like AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, blockchain, coding, and everything related to the deep tech learning. So what will be the mission of this project? The mission will be, we can go to the next slide then. The mission will be the TRIP-E mission. It will be to enable, educate, and empower. Why those three E in this order? Enable, first, to enable the internet connectivity. Without the internet connectivity, we can't do what will come next. So the internet connectivity is kind of mandatory and critical for all these projects to come alive. And again, with this COVID-19 pandemic, we see that without internet connectivity, what we are doing actually, like this meeting, cannot happen. So if we can make this internet connectivity grow and make it available everywhere, it will be, a best way to create something out of something different, something new, something amazing. And to make this internet connectivity, we can make it through only Africa region only, if you want to, or we can extend it if you want. The idea is to keep what we can keep local, and then we can use, the about connectivity to go to the different region, if you want to. Educate is also one of the key element where we need to educate people to make them aware of all the toolings, all the facility, all the strategy to, let's say, to conquer their own destiny. Let's say that. And then by putting the labs, by putting the e-learning platform, by putting all the toolings that that will help people to learn and have the knowledge. Empower to promote what actually all the skills of the people, the talents, and make sure that people will create a better environment if they are promoted and if they are empowered to do so. So I truly believe that the most valuable resources in Africa is not our raw minerals or our resources that we are seeing. For me, the most valuable resources in Africa is through our people. So if we can empower our people, that will be the best way to grow our continent and make it and develop it. So what will be the design of the Africa Cloud? The Africa Cloud design will be something unique, something innovative, and something different from what we are seeing actually. The idea is to have a distributed multi-cloud architecture. To make it simple, is like you need to consider an entire cloud like a service. And then this service can be power on or power off if needed. and can be created in the different areas. So let's say in different regions, we can have, for instance, in South Africa, we can have a company, an ISP, who can become a cloud provider, and we can have also in Tanzania another company who Seacom can have its own cloud services, and we have also in Togo or in Ghana another cloud service provider. They can connect to each other and create a kind of a sharing knowledge, a sharing labs, a sharing resources, a sharing platform for everyone who are willing to have a service based on this cloud in Africa region. Can be a virtual machine, can be a resources, can be a storage, can be a labs, for testing, for promoting an idea, or to challenge something they want to do. And the idea is to have something that can scale up, as we can call it horizontal cloud scaling, to promote, to enable something that will grow along the way. So something that will be that will be aligned to Africa reality, and not something where we have a big storage of it, and then we need to converge all data in one place. Have something multi-distributed and around across the Africa region. So who can benefit from this project? First of all, the one who will benefit from the project first will be the students. The student, where they can have a free labs and a free test bed for their learning and for their testing and for everything. If they want, for instance, a platform to test all AfNOG workshop, IPv6 test bed, a mail server architecture, a DNS architecture, or even a blockchain design they have in mind. Yeah, they can have a free platform to test all those. And if they don't need to, the system will be shut down. For the developers, what will be the advantage for the developers? This platform will offer a community platform for all developers to share their knowledge, to share their skills, and to interact with each other. So developers, we can work together to bring in something new. For the startups, businesses, it will be a good platform to collect all the innovative ideas and promote the talent to make those entrepreneurs be the leaders. So, because I truly believe also the entrepreneurship can be something we need to promote, and we need to push to the next level in Africa region to transform literally our ecosystem. And then for the general businesses, yeah, it will be also a directory where they can find a good talent, a good skills to hire or even to consult. Because even right now we don't have such a platform. Even if we do, we don't have a central platform where we can have all those skills interconnected, and that we are working together, where they are based in Africa, where we can even promote Africa talents. So we have a running and a demo and a pilot that is running. If you want to know more about it, you can reach us at afcloud.africa to have an idea of this project in overall. and have also, insight about what are the goals and what has been achieved so far. And then if you want to contact us, there's a contact at ifcloud.africa. So yeah.
Okay, thanks very much, Danny. That was interesting. I think we can have time for one question, although we have already run late.
Yeah.
I don't see any questions in the queue. So let's end now. Thanks very much to all the presenters. And yeah, I'm going to hand it back to the MC to introduce the next session. Thank you.
For moderating this previous session. I think at this juncture, we'll take a 10 minutes break. And at this point, I'll request that you log out and log in again. This is for the purpose of updating the system in a way. And we'd like you to kindly log off and then log back in. In 5 minutes, I think we'll be up, but then the session will begin in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Please go have a cup of tea or juice. And thank you. See you in 10. At this point, I would like to invite Alain Aina to take us through the panel discussion on the future of AfNOG. Alain? Nice to see you, Alain. How are you? Alain, can you hear me? See you. I hope you can hear me.
Okay, you can hear me. So good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Once again, my name is Alain Aina. I've been AfNOG instructors since the beginning until I retired recently. And as you all heard, since the beginning, AfNOG is now 20 years old. Because in 1999, a group of us from the region and with the support from some colleagues from the other regions and started some discussion which end up putting in place what we call today the AfNOG, the African Network Operator Group. And the idea was to set up a forum for communication exchange and also for capacity building. And so this idea has matured and has gone 20 years road. And when you are 20 years old, I think it's important that to assess yourself and see where do you stand based on your mission, visions, and goals, and also trying to project yourself in the future. And last year in Kampala, we had a panel on looking at the future. And this year as well, we decided to build on that panel. And the COVID, we didn't know that the COVID pandemic will happen, but the COVID has highlighted the need for, as I heard this morning, of rethinking how do we organize ourselves, how do we deliver our commitment. So then the COVID also add to the pressing need to change how the AfNOG community and organize to achieve the goals. And for this year, we had a panel of some people who has played roles, different roles in the AfNOG. We're supposed to have Steve Wooter from NSRC, who couldn't make it because of the fire going on in the west coast of America. But we still have other participants, and I think we'll miss Steve for sure, because Steve has been part of the original discussion and he has a lot of to bring. Okay, but then we also have Patrick Okwi, Michuki Wangi, Isaac Tuja, and Ano Amelina. So what I would like to do first, and to do a check on a round table and asking each of them to just introduce themselves. Then before we move on, and the panel will have two sections, two different parts. One is to briefly, quickly look at the success, the achievements, and then the second part will be how do we face the current challenge and look for the future. So I will start from Patrick Okwi. Patrick, if you are, can we see you? Can you introduce yourself?
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and I can see you.
Okay. My name is Patrick Okwi. I am currently enjoying Uganda, much as we are locked down. In terms of my interaction with AfNOG, I started in 2001 as a student. This was in Ghana, and this was my first time to meet many of the people on the panel as well. And by then, one of our instructors were people like Alain, and I think that's also my first time to meet people like Steve. I didn't attend Togo, and then I attended, the next one was in Kampala, we hosted it. If I'm to look briefly from then until now, we've grown from a small number of...
Patrick, just introduce yourself. Just introduce yourself for now. Hold on.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
That's an introduction.
Thank you. Michuki Wangi, please.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michuki Wangi. I work for the Internet Society, basically focusing on internet development, internet exchange points, and community networks, and I'm based out of Nairobi, Kenya. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Michuki. Isaac Tuja.
Good afternoon, everyone again. I am Isaac Tuja from Gambia. I actually have been part of the AfNOG team since I joined as a student in 2000. I think we were the first batch of students to join. And I think after that, I attended another session before joining on board to be one of the instructors. So I'm really glad to be here today to share my experiences with the rest of the team.
Yeah, thank you. Ano Amelina is our last. Ano. Okay, good. Ano, please go ahead and just briefly introduce yourself. I know we can't hear you.
Me now?
Yes, something's coming up. Okay, can you? Okay.
C'est bon?
Yes.
Allô? Oui.
Yes, c'est
Okay.
bon, c'est bon, c'est bon.
Bonjour tout le monde. On m'appelle Arnaud Amé. Je suis responsable campus numérique francophone de au Togo et puis la maison avant d'atteindre AfNOG en 2014 à Djibouti. Je suis très honoré de faire partie de ce panel. Merci.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt your session, Aina. Just to let the panelists know that if you're speaking in French, please click the French flag for the French channel so that the Anglophones can be able to get the translation at the bottom of the screen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Suzanne. Okay. So and thank the panelists for your brief introduction. You can see me. We seem to be having echo. Maybe I should put on my headset and see how it improves. Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Can
yes,
anyone
we can
hear?
Yes,
okay,
we can hear
good.
you.
Okay, good. So okay, so let's start with the first segment of this panel, which is a brief assessment of the AfNOG. But I will obviously start with AIS'20 Jam. So AIS'20, you've been student, instructors, and also been part of the organizing team. So yeah, what are your assessment of the AfNOG in terms of success, in terms of fellow, and yes, so can you briefly tell us about, because from your various perspective, I think you've seen many aspects of the AfNOG, so can you tell us about what how it has been, the success, and okay, and what we have not done right. AIS'20, please.
Okay, thank you, Alan, for giving me the opportunity to start first. Like I mentioned, I'm privileged to be one of those that were part of the first batch of students that were trained by AfNOG. And prior to that, I had graduated as an engineer, but I didn't have a lot of experience. And AfNOG workshop was actually an eye-opener for most of us who were there, because it really gave us the hands-on experience we needed at the time, because most of us were coming from countries that were just beginning to roll out internet infrastructure in our countries. This was in 2000. I think in Gambia, where I'm from, internet gateway arrived in 1998. So this was quite timely for many of us. And for that reason, I think the story is similar in many other countries across the continent. So in terms of building capacity, AfNOG has been quite successful in pretty much opening the door for building technical capacity. Like I would say, in the first session, we had just like 2 tracks, but right now I think we've grown up to 8 tracks, and ranging from scalable services to scalable network infrastructure and advanced routing, which I think was really lacking. Most of us were just, I can say, monitoring our gateways before AfNOG and not really building the network. We had so-called consultants that used to come to build a network, and then they'll just leave it with us to monitor. But with AfNOG, that was the really eye-opener for us to know that we can really build our own skills and take over the operations of our network. And I'm proud to say that, well, I consider that as one of the main successes, because from there we were able to run our own network. And right now we started. I work for an organization that was the first private ISP in Gambia, and we've grown to become a big network right now. So some of the challenges we've had, I think, along the way has been the funding in terms of getting the students who need to attend to be able to attend. I think most of the organizations in our region are struggling to some extent, and getting the budget support from the organizations to send their staff, or even from universities to send people to attend this workshop, has been a challenge. But nonetheless, AfNOG has been providing some assistance, as you all know, for people. But I think the funding, but we've encouraged along the way to make sure that people input something before they get assistance. So funding has been a major challenge. And another issue we've had has been with content, evolving the content so that we keep up with the trends in other parts of the world. And I think we've made some steps along that area by expanding the tracks, but I think there's still much more to be done in that area. Also, some of the challenges I have seen is with localization not happening fast enough. And I think the main reason for that is because most of our countries have very few technical skilled people, and these people are expected to build the NOCs and at the same time keep up with their very demanding work schedules. So it has been quite a challenge getting the participation from the community to be able to build NOCs in order to expand our capacities. So I think some more work needs to be done in that end. Also, what I've noticed is that we don't have enough participation from the educational institutions, which I think will be a good starting point in trying to make sure that we build enough capacity within the continent. So I think I'm a little bit, I've done about 5 minutes, so I just want to give chance to others to touch on other things.
Yes, thank you, Aizatu. And I think I should have said it in the beginning, we're running late, and the session has been extended up to 1:25, so we have to manage time. So if you can even try to use less than 5 minutes, that I will appreciate. So thank you, Aizatu, for showing exactly what AfNOG has achieved so far, and from your experience, I think we should be proud of what AfNOG has done so far, and also thank for pointing out some of the challenges. So so the next I'm going to call Michuki Wangi. So Michuki, you've been AfNOG student, instructors, and now you are working for Internet Society, which is one of the main sponsors of AfNOG. So what are your thoughts from wearing your various hats? Okay, so do you think inside the Internet Society, AfNOG is seen as a success?
Maybe just to quickly go through the fact that I was a student in the same year with Patrick. We met in Accra. And over the years, we've had to take on the mantra of AfNOG, which is to go and train others wherever we could. And that led to the work that we collaborated with AfNOG to start the process of localizing. When I say we, I mean the Internet Society, to localize AfNOG and help support the creation and the establishment of national or local NOGs across the continent. And this is basically as a viewpoint from our organization that there is a need to scale and meet the growing demand. And so one way of doing that is through localization, where we're able to get more and more people trained, so that those who are coming to AfNOG are actually coming to do or take more advanced training, and also networking and engaging on much more advanced elements or training components, and not the basic stuff. So that's one thing. Secondly, I think we see a growing interest in terms of new partners willing to work with AfNOG. We do foresee a period certainly where the independence of AfNOG will be critical. And our goal is to support AfNOG to be able to reach that level where it is largely independent in its own funding mechanisms and its ability to continue supporting the growth of new and upcoming NOGs, have more local trainers and so on. So the work that has been done so far has been, I'll say, successful to a large extent, but there's still more that could be done. But as an organization, we look at AfNOG as a model on how to grow capacity building and because there's a history behind that which looks at the very initial INET trainings where everything was done at a more global level. AfNOG was more at a regional level, and now we need to go to the local level where the demand is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mchuki, and for being very precise and touching on exactly what AfNOG has done, and for emphasizing the issue of the need to do more localizations and strengthening the edge, as I would say. So my next will be Patrick. Patrick, then you also have your own experience with AfNOG. You also have NSRC hat. So I think you work for NSRC Network Startup Resource Center, which is also one of the main partners of AfNOG. And also, Patrick, I think for 5 years now or more, you're part of the AfNOG NOG team. So you have many things to tell us in the 5 minutes. So from these various perspectives, so how do you see WACREN? Okay, yes, and sorry, how do you see AfNOG over these several years from your various hats? Please, Patrick, proceed, and forgive me mentioning WACREN. So.
Many hats that are the same, we meet in many places. I would say that the previous speakers have mentioned a lot of what I would say. The only thing that I would add is coming as a student and then coming as an instructor, then joining the NOC team, I was able to see different parts of AfNOG. People forget that AfNOG is not just training. It's training, 5 days of training, and then shorter tutorials, and then there is this, like the plenaries. And initially, many of the plenaries would cover more than just AfNOG. So for example, the first time I heard of CCTLD's meeting, it was actually inside the AfNOG meeting, and it was part of the meeting. And then when it grew, they formed their own. And it was very, very, for me as a student, it was very, very confusing moving from the 5 days of training, and then you come and there's this meeting with everything there at the same time. Now it has moved to a point where people can choose what they are interested in, and they can pay attention to that. So that's a plus. Mchuki mentioned that I worked a lot with him, at least personally, to do localization. And one of the things I did within the roles I did is I became I became a track leader for one of the tracks in particular, which was Unix Systems Administration. And we started this track because we felt people did not have, they were struggling with the main tracks. And the conveners had already told us that you have to give back. This is one of, AfNOG was never a place where people come to be trained, just as people come to be trained. AfNOG was a place where trainers come to be trained. That was the idea. And then, in fact, in your first application, you are required to specify how you are going to use the training back in your country. So that's what we did. We created this track, and then a few years later, I think Cairo was the last time we taught it. Then we started putting in a lot of effort with the different partners, with Internet Society, with AfNOG Chicks, Linux Chicks, and we started putting dedicated effort in making sure that, number one, the content was available, number two, there were more instructors, and number three, that if somebody needed to run a track, there would be experienced people who've run it from AfNOG who would come and at least participate in the local version. Now you can get it online, right? You can, a lot of the content that you could do that, you could now go online with ISOC training system. And that's just one bit. And I think that the way we've evolved, like Isatu mentioned, we have mostly increased content, and we've not so much thought about the content that we deliberately need to take out of the main meeting, because this content is still very, very important. You can't get it anywhere else, but it's not effective, cost effective, because we've been talking about funding, and we can't have a very, very, very big meeting where we are teaching the same things over and over again. It makes sense to enable our different local nodes to do these different parts, whether the local node wants training or it wants meetings or it wants conferences. And I'm very happy to see people like the KE node. They're not really doing training, but they're doing a lot of the technical presentations. People like the South African node, the SADC region node, also doing more of the presentations and the training. So to summarize, so that Arnold can speak, I think we need to do a lot more in intentionally moving some things that belong into the country nodes out, and we support them to do that. And it might help us attract both funding as well as students, as well as interest in running things at the main event. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for your your analysis and the comment. So, for the sake of handling the time, I'm now going to give the floor for Arno. Then, after Arno, I will directly open the floor for the audience to comment and ask questions. Then, I will come back to the speakers for your closing remarks, or for if you want to respond to some of the questions. So, because we only have 25 minutes left now. So Arno, can you hear me? Arno, can you hear me? Arno, can you hear me? Can others hear me? Apparently, I'm not hearing Arno. Arno?
Last rightmost icon.
Hear you.
Hello, Arno. Okay, Arno is.
I think he needs to press his button, his audio sending button, start audio button, something like that. The mic button on the right, on the top right, top left, the farthest button. Okay, great.
Okay, Arno. Hello. Hello. Okay, so maybe when once staff is okay, I know. Okay, yes. Okay, now I can hear you, and I hope you stay on. I know. Yes, I think you hear the other panelists. So I think you joined AfNOG also as a student, and then you became instructor to the French track, to one of the French tracks. So yes, can you briefly tell us about your assessment of the intent of AfNOG? Okay, what did we do right and what went wrong? Briefly. So Arno, you have the floor. Still, hello. Okay, so I think
he's speaking in French, so we're going to have an interpreter.
Okay. Hello.
For we started zero AfNOG. First time that we did so back home, not at an AIS session. So it was in 2007. In 2014, I took part in Djibouti and AfNOG and AIS 2011. And my experience with AfNOG was this space where we could share experiences and exchanges between engineers and people with some experience in that area. And during that exchange of experiences, the senior people share with those who take part to the summit, the AfNOG summit. They share their experience in the network exploitation in security area and information system areas. And I found that AfNOG was really a very efficient framework with some people that have much experience who contribute to building capacity for the young African people, whether they being French-speaking Africans or English-speaking African. I believe that if Alan to show the multi-linguistic approach from AfNOG that is not simply in one linguistic approach, but that rather covers the whole of Africa. And I am proud to have participated in the track on the evolutive management of internet and on the network monitoring session. And I found that this framework for these exchanges was quite innovative, very valuable, because the engineers who arrive, and most of them are already involved in the exploitation within their institutions, or they might be students, they express and their satisfaction, and I can express my satisfaction too with these 5 days of intensive training. It's true that this is not enough, but yet following these 5 days, thanks to the materials that AfNOG set up with the lab, with the test bench, test lab, which enables youngsters to gather and gain some immediate experience with not just some theoretical teaching, but also teaching in practice. This is quite innovative. AfNOG was innovative long before the universities that have then followed that kind of teaching model. So AfNOG enabled the youngsters to gain some important skills and competencies in the network management. And this experience was regularly demonstrated to us, because following our training, we had some students that also became some trainers afterwards. And this is something to be really proud of, and AfNOG can really be proud of achieving such realizations, such achievements, that means that we have some qualified engineers, whether they're being for government institutions or African businesses. Many thanks.
Okay, thank you, Arno. I hope everybody managed to get the translation from the French to the English. Alan Levin says not hearing anything, but I was on the English channel and I was able to hear maybe. So yeah, okay. So as I said, let's turn to the audience and see if people have a comment, suggestion on what because as you saw, we're trying to assess our sources and our challenges. So if you have any comment or question to the panelists, or you have some suggestion to make, yeah, please feel free to raise your hand. So, and while we are waiting for people to line up, okay, I think I have 2 people already in the queue. So, Gregor Ayomi, please, can you proceed?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. My name is Gregor Ayomi. I also joined AfNOG as a student and now become a French track instructor. So my question is regarding French track. So I have seen very low participation, so that some French tracks are only available when the host country is francophone. So my question, can we say that we have not did a lot to engage French countries?
Okay, thank you. Let take Dr. Boubacar Bari, then we will try to answer your question. So Dr. Boubacar Bari. Boubacar, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Boubacar of WACRE. Thank you to the panelists, and I like to say that the education sector do really value what AfNOG is doing regarding capacity building for network engineers. I do think that the education sector is actually the largest reservoir, we have, for enrolling students and getting future instructors, of what AfNOG is doing. And of course, we have some challenges, and I said to touch on one of them is funding, and Patrick also did the same. I do think that in the past years, from my experience, at AAU and at WACRE and AFRE, we have tried to send as many participants as possible to AfNOG workshops, but it's not enough. It's not enough, and that's why I do think that we have to maybe look at having more activities at national level because of the cost. Because the reason why we cannot send so many people, at the annual workshops is the cost of travel, and accommodation, etc. So I do think that one way to have a look at it is to see how we can get more activities at national level that will reduce the cost, especially on travel. Maybe we can find a special arrangement between AFREN and AfNOG, for local, let's say, national activities. This is something we can have a look at, because right now we are putting in place a network of focal points, at national level, where we have NREDs. So I do think that we can join efforts, to get more people involved, in the process. And finally, on the funding issue, I do think that, for the traditional ones, who was supporting AfNOG and like also AFREN and WACRE, etc., at some point they changed, direction. So it's difficult to keep them. So, but we have the chance of having now use Africa and digital economy high on the agenda of many of the development partners. So we have to explore that to really address the needs of capacity building in our community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Boubacar Bari. I think, yes, you raised and touched on some of the important elements we've been discussing here, the funding, the need to do more local, so also to cater with the funding issue. And but before you, Gregoire raised the issue of the French participation, especially in the workshop, and then so I don't know if any of the panelists want to build and trying to respond or comment on the Gregoire's concern. So I don't know if Arnaud or either to feel free to comment. So anyone want to comment on how do we? I think Gregoire's point was about the low participation in French track. Sometimes when we go to the English-speaking country, we don't hold French track because of the low stations, and so and then he said maybe is it that we've not done enough to reach out, or is it just the issue of funding? So yeah. So what are your thoughts?
Yes, I think one of the things that I think we have done is trying to get in each track somebody that is very French literate. And I think Patrick can correct me if I am wrong, but I think that was somehow achieved we understand that that's not enough and that more may need to be done. But I think that was a good step, because even in most of the, I think in technology in general, it's a big challenge getting content in different languages. And English has kind of fallen back as a default, and that's unfortunately. And we know that Africa is a diverse community with different languages, so more needs to be done to accommodate everybody. But I also think that a good, we have to try to, as a start, I think that was a good start. I don't know, I think the transition was supposed to be from that we move on to really developing separate tracks. That was never done. So Patrick, maybe you can
Yeah. Okay, Patrick, any comment?
Yes, to add on to what Isatu said, if you remember, there was a time when Jean Robert brought this up amongst the instructors, and his view was we need to do two things. The first was to increase the number of bilingual instructors. The second was to do specific outreach to Francophone countries. Arnold can correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the issues that he brought up is when it comes to training, a lot of the companies there look for certification style training. So if somebody comes and then says they want to go to AfNOG because they know that they're going to benefit a lot, they will not get very easily the funding from the company. And this is a problem that they had. So you end up having low participation levels. People are not applying because they cannot get even the partial funding that AfNOG says if you fund partly, we can fund the rest. And that has been a big part. So I think we generally need to work on our outreach. And also, when we work on our localization as well, it has the effect that if you do a localization of an event in a Francophone country, you're not going to do it in English, you're going to do it in French. And the content is already there and we have instructors. So if we increase our outreach, but also we work a lot on the localization, then we can change the mentality of some of the employers so that they are willing to fund their students to come for the larger events as well, or even for the localization events. So I think it's those two things. We've tried to do a bit of it, but we've not done enough.
Yeah, so okay, thank you. I'm sure Michuki and Arno would like to say something, but allow me to take Sheun. Sheun is in the queue, so Sheun, can please proceed. Sheun? Hello, Sheun?
This is Sean.
Hello, Sheun?
Yeah, my mic is on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now, Sean. Please proceed.
Oh, cool. All right. Thank you very much, and thanks to the panelists as well. Good to see your faces remotely this time around. Thanks to the internet. I think what we've been sharing has been interesting memories, and I like the idea that was being suggested in terms of outreach. I think AfNOG needs to intensify outreach. I know AfNOG is not, in terms of AfNOG itself, it's not big, but we have partners. We can actually rely on the other AfStars to actually also do some level of outreach for us. I think it's also important that we promote our local NOGs. I like the updates, the usual update that we get, but we should also promote them in those outreaches. Let people know that they are local NOGs and they don't need to actually travel for the continental ones. The suggestion by Dr. Bubakar in terms of the NRENs, that's a good one. But at the same time, I would suggest that NREN's partners with NGNOGs. Sorry, I said NGNOG. NGNOG is actually Nigeria. Partner with local NOGs as well. So where we have local NOGs that are already existing, let them partner with them. And of course, where there are no local NOGs, NREN can actually serve as catalyst to that. The main goal is that we continue to drive towards having this hosted locally. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I see Stefan in the queue. Stefan, can you? Okay. Then after Stefan, I will close the queue. Okay. Stefan, please proceed. Shaun, I see. Okay. Stefan, please proceed. Then I'll close the queue. Yeah, Stefan, please.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Steven from AfNOG. I'm also instructor at AfNOG for the SIE track. So thank you for the sharings and the insights. Just a few thoughts out there. Like in terms of thinking of the future, I think AfNOG has had a lot of success, so I will not go back to the successes and all of those. But what I want to share is AfNOG should think of how to, that is, prepare the future, that is those who are going to take over those that are there right now. Because when you look at be it the AfNOG or the AfNIC communities, you see the same people all over and over. So we need to really think of how to prepare that that future. And also in terms of the content, we should think of a way of maybe obliging the track, getting the track leaders, the track teams to always try to revamp the content to adapt to the new realities. And also, we don't have to always have the same track all the time, provided that the industry is changing, we have new things that are coming in play. So we should think of how to get these tracks that are relevant to the new trends. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Stephen, for your comment, your input. They are very very useful. So, Mr. I will now go back to Michuki. Michuki, from all I heard that we need to strengthen our relationship with partners. We need to do more localization, and when we need to AfNOG, so which will also address the issue of language, because when we are doing things locally, it will be in the local language. So Michuki, from the online, I think Internet Society has been helping AfNOG with the online thing. So how do you see, can the online things scale that to allow that we even from we add the other tracks to it, and how do you suggest that we proceed? Michuki, please.
Thank you, Aline. So right now we have no choice. We have no choice because if you think about it, the onset of COVID has meant that AfNOG is not taking place this year. So what happens to the training that was meant to take place this year? Can we take it online? I think we've been doing online training, so that's a possibility. That's something we need to explore. And maybe this question that we need to ask ourselves as AfNOG is, so what should be the future of AfNOG? If we're talking about localization, what is the future of AfNOG? I think that lies in producing the content. We have the expertise. So we need to bring the AfNOG expert trainers to start producing the content that should be going online, because that's where you will find partners. Right now, there's a huge buzz around online training, but there's no content that is available online to train. So what contribution can AfNOG make? If we're able to bring all these instructors, the experts that we have in the community to produce the content, take it online, you will find the partners who will help sort of put this in various platforms that can be scaled to the local communities. And it means that more people will be able to do these trainings at the local NOG level, the NRENs, and so on. So that to me, is an important thought that we need to take. Because everything that we're talking about, whether we're talking about diversity, bringing new partners on board, the question is what are you doing differently? On what kind of impact are you having? So if we're doing the same old traditional way and things have evolved, the kind of impact we're talking about, just training a few hundred people a year, 200 people a year, when others are talking about thousands, it becomes much harder to attract the long-term support from various stakeholders. And so we need to keep rethinking. But more importantly, I think, and this goes back to the conversation we had last year, now this year, is how do we operationalize these great ideas? I mean, we are not short on ideas. We have really good ideas coming forward every year. How do we operationalize them? How do we implement them? What kind of processes do we need to develop, and the mechanics to actually see the ideas that are being mentioned? I mean, what Boubacar mentioned about partnership with NRENs, that's excellent. But how do we move from talk to action? And I think that will be the big challenge that I'd like to take away from this session, is let's move from talk to action. And if we can do so, then we'll probably be at a better place by the next event, in-person event, which I don't know when it will be, but at least we'll have made progress and we'll have more people supporting us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michuki. I know you heard about, because you are one of the French track, you teach at one of the French tracks, so maybe you have some comment on the French participation to the AfNOG. Is it that the French track is not attractive, or what are your feedback from feedback you get from the participant and from the community? Amno? Hello?
Have worked a lot in the content which are being broadcast through the different AfNOG sites. We have updated the version of the networks, and the team has introduced new innovations with the help of Avanco, who has introduced the notion of cloud, as well as a notion of new tools for monitoring, which can be implemented via the cloud. And that contribution has been greatly appreciated by the technical team of AfNOG, French-speaking AfNOG, and we will keep on updating and contributing to modifying these for the French versions. And I'm also thinking of the internet version, SSF, for the scalable internet services, which has also been updated with the help of Alain Aina on the latest versions of the web services management and the different tools that can be used in doing so. The contributions have been made and we have anticipated on that. And the different managers have always offered some new updates on the new content to be shared, and I think AfNOG has anticipated here, and I think we have a wish is that for the new versions we can find a suitable platform with learning content, which will then enable the learners to self-train, in fact, so they can do it with a system of remediation system, which will enable them to assess themselves, and why not maybe have a certificate at the end to demonstrate the learning. I think this is one of the outlook that we anticipate, and that it will be adding value to the activities, and because the content which is being shared is quality content, and the expertise, the skills that can be learned can easily be converted into cash, and why not improve on improving the skills overall? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Janvier, you are in the queue, but unfortunately, I cannot allow you because we are almost at the end of the section. I'm sorry. I know that maybe you should. Can you put your question, comment in the chat? So, I think let me wrap up here and thank all the panelists for making the time to join and for your valuable contributions. As Michuki said, let's move from talk to actions, and at the same time, we have ideas, and we also know that the implementation is not going to be easy, but we have no choice. As Michuki said, we have to do it. We started something, we cannot stop it, and the need for capacity building, and also the need of adjusting what we do, the content and the format, and to the need and the environment. So, and the good thing is we try online, we tried the online training before, so we have experience on it, and we'll probably build on it. And what I see coming is that now that we are online, we'll be able to do more events. So you can notice that this time there is no tutorial, but I think what we should be planning is in the coming 2 or 3 months, we have a series of webinars to cover the technical discussion in the webinars, and then while we are looking at how do we replicate our workshops online. So we will probably, I think the community will hear soon from the secretariat probably on the series of webinars to come, because today we only have 1 hour sections for the technical. And also I'm also taking, and I want to also make a comment. I hear that we see the same people over and over again, but I think, yeah, it's true. But at the same time, we are also empowering and bringing in new people. And I don't want us to also stick to the idea that we should push the old people away before we bring the new one. There is a space work for everybody to be done. And you see this morning, Steve Crockers, Nick Quenos, these people are still around. And this morning, it was great to hear from them on the 15-year experience. So please, let's work together and address our issue and our challenges so that together we can succeed. So AfNOG, success. I thank you for your time. Then I'll hand over to Suzanne.
And thank you for keeping to time. Thank you very much also to the panelists. It was nice having you. We have come to the end of our session today, and I would like to thank each and every one of us who has been able to participate, and we look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be AIS Day, and a lot has been is packed for us. So from us, we would like to say thank you and happy AfNOG Day. Thank you very much. At your own pleasure, you can leave the platform. Thank you.